Hey y'all. Thanks for being here. My computer is being a little slow there, but thank you, Intense Complex, for being around. Nice to have you here. We're gonna do the Reverie Roundtable in just a second. Not many people are here. Oh my god, this is almost like... It's almost like it's... Hey. But why people are usually here on time? That's amazing. Maybe they discovered they were black. I don't know. Maybe they did like an ancestry.com thing. They're like, oh, we're black now, and means we should late, but that's fine. I don't know. All right, that's my screed for the day. All right, that's my screed for the day. Okay. So hopefully we will get the rest here soon. But yeah, I don't know. We'll find out. Hello, fellas.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey. Okay. Well, talk, please, people.
Oh, I don't know that Ali said his mic. I said hi when I jumped in the.
You sound like you're breaking up a little bit, like
Okay.
yeah.
Am I staticky or
not staticky? Like dropping packets. Like
okay, hold on. I might have too many tabs open.
Oh,
hey, Ali.
on it on record. Does Corey keep the records here? Is that what we do?
Usually
Listen, my people are going through a trying time right now. Okay, we need every win we can get.
The Lebanese,
The Muslims.
the Muslims.
Apparently, they took over France. Aikau, can you explain this to me, please?
What do you mean? You guys had a big win in France. Like Le Pen is like, she didn't even get second, even despite the fact that it was a runoff. The top two are supposed to make it, right?
Oh,
But really what it is it's the largest number of districts in which you're the top two. So she went from being second place to third place, going from round one to round two. I'd say you guys did pretty well.
Oh, well, here's the thing. I have no idea. I literally have no idea what's happening. I've just seen memes on Twitter about the Lady France praying and everyone's wearing a scarf nowadays. So I was like, I'm going to wait for Aikau to explain this to me because he knows a lot about the French politics shit. So
I've been paying attention, but I have no idea what you're talking about with that.
I mean, every single person I've seen on Twitter is basically saying that like France now is going to have Sharia law and God, it's the downfall of the West.
Sure.
And
yeah, that's just a bunch of the national rally just being butthurt over.
It's like when Obama got elected. That's the same thing they said. So
yeah.
Okay.
Gibbs believes it.
Well, yeah, yeah.
I gotta say, Obama getting elected was the worst thing to happen to this nation ever. But...
I mean, you're also afraid of Muslims taking over the West or God, whatever that is,
I gotta be honest. I'm not afraid of Muslims taking over anything. The best they've ever done is Iran, and we see how well that's going. Not very. So, 0% concerned.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well,
but you don't
have
like
a whole
Le Pen,
debate about
clearly.
it.
Like she's rabidly anti. In fact, there's an interview clip of her from a recent interview saying that she is aligned with Trump and Putin.
Hey, try disconnecting and reconnecting because you're still dropping.
Yeah, it's glitchy.
Oh, okay, all right, I'll do that.
Don't
I'll just reboot my whole computer just in case.
Don't let him get you. Don't let him lie to you.
Yeah, so
I'll be fine.
The leftist coalition won in France, and elections were had. The leftists won, and then the centrists came in second. Centrists were the ones in part the center left. That was Macron, and then after that, in third came the far right coalition, Marine Le Pen's part of the National Front, which is super racist, like super duper, like founded by Nazi adherents, racist type of thing. Yeah.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah. She actually Marine Le Pen took over the party from her father. She like ejected him, right? But not because she's like, oh, I got to reform this party. No, because he couldn't stop like JQing, right? Like, so she wanted a kinder, gentler, younger face on it. So that was her. So she tossed her father out, and she's like, well, us Nazis? No, no, who would think that? No.
Why ever?
Yeah. We just we just cannot stand those Muslims. But we just we're the nice ones. Anyway, so yeah, so they it was basically they thought it was gonna be a red wave, and it's great because there are reaction shots of because apparently the way they tally things is different from the way we do. You know how like on an election night we have like rolling numbers coming in. It takes like a long time for like to get it to be settled. Apparently they just like drop it in the news, right? And so they were like, you could see reaction shots of the moment it happened, and the people in the far right, they were like, yeah, they had champagnes in their hand, right? They were ready to toast, and then like, oh, number 3. Oh, it was bad.
That's gonna be fucking interesting to see, because France loves to riot and fucking go into the streets and go crazy, so that's gonna be fun to watch.
The French love to protest. I got to give them that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. There's a difference between a riot and a protest. Let's make that clear. France likes to riot. That's what they like to do. They're the ones who invented the guillotines and taking people out. I mean, that's kind of
throw manure in the streets.
Yeah, like burn buildings. That's not protesting. That's rioting.
That's fair. But like, I don't think as far as I can't remember them doing that recently. I think I've seen like heavy protests from them. Like labor
they did
strikes.
that like just like a year or two ago. They came in with the farmers and they brought the tractors and they were tearing down public works.
No, but that was protest. No, that wasn't a riot. That was protest. They took the manure. Rioting. No, they took the manure and they dumped it. I think it was
that part was protested. But when they took the tractors, and they ripped down like statues and shit. That was rioting.
And they pulled down statues.
Yeah, like I don't remember exactly what they did, but they like were tearing down parts.
What is it? Public destruction means riot to you?
Yeah, I think once you go past, like once you go start destroying property, that's I think the like I don't know if that's the like universal line, but I think that's when you started moving into the riot line.
You're dropping packets too. Like yeah, try disconnecting and reconnecting. Ali is good. I hear Ali.
Yeah.
I mean, I see no packets lost on my side. Like if you're talking about the
no. I mean your audio.
How about now? Is it better?
Disconnect. Try disconnecting from Discord and connect it again. We'll see.
2 seconds 3 minutes ago, Lectoid.
Testing.
Hello.
I think you're all right now, but we'll wait and see. But you weren't as bad as
Yeah, it showed like a little red symbol. Oh, I see it. It's like red.
Yeah, you are dropping a little bit. We can also understand you, right? And all the terrible things you say. So that's coming across.
Gibbsy, I'm gonna give you props while you're here. I'm glad you take accountability and actually stand by what you say. I like that shit.
Yeah,
we stand by it. That's what we do around these parts.
No, yeah, I'll always give Gibbs credit for that, right? He doesn't run from his words. He'll like quadruple down. Yeah,
even if I'm wrong, sometimes I was like, okay, I was wrong. Like it's like, if you could prove I'm wrong, and I accept it, those are two big factors there.
I think you're extremely good faith. Extremely good faith. And I really like that about you. Yeah.
Yeah, some people are not good faith. Fuck those people.
Yeah.
I got time for that.
But yeah, so Marine Le Pen, she they lost, and they really thought it was like a red wave election, like they were like, and not just like them, right? Like it was like I like a lot of people thought it was like a red wave election there, and it didn't happen, which is fantastic because bad things would have happened. They haven't managed to take power yet, but they have been gaining strength rapidly.
So is it just
like 2 decades?
So then, just like the family or the right hates Muslims, and immediately Muslims are associated with leftists?
Sorry, I don't understand your question.
Well, because like I said, the only reason I know of any of this is just the memes, and every meme I see is just about like Muslims for some reason.
I guess maybe they just think because now this leftist
It's like I think
coalition-
it's the immigration thing. Actually, now that I pull it up,
Okay, it's probably because they decided they were going. Oh, this is this Britain or France? I can't remember. Maybe
France.
Aiko can help me. Is it France that was going to scrap the immigration, like send the people back to Rwanda or something?
Oh, that was UK.
That was UK. Okay, yeah. But yeah, I don't know why it's particular. I think it's just because they're left, and the leftist party hasn't been in power for forever.
Well, Le Pen had a plan to basically create a Muslim tax of some kind, and also to even worse to give
On falafels.
Housing priority
I'll take it.
And jobs priority to French citizens.
Oh.
So basically, if
Great.
you were a member of the former empire, then you can't get the best jobs.
Tough
Yeah.
tits.
Yeah.
Did you say pro tips?
I said tough tits. That's tough titties
Oh,
for them.
okay.
Well, it's tough titties too for Le Pen, yeah, because she won't be able to implement that plan.
She lost miserably. We love to see it. We love.
Is there any-
fascist leaders.
Yeah.
Is there any truth to I only read like headlines in a couple of whatever brief articles, but whatever. There's I hear a narrative about like basically other political parties like game the system to like block the far right.
What happened.
Well, that's normal politics in France. It's the same here. All it really means is if you're in a district, right, and let's say one party is running neck and neck with Le Pen, and you are a third party that would only split the vote, then you as an individual candidate can drop out of the race in order to help that other party beat Le Pen. And every party does that. It's just that Le Pen didn't do it. Like that party didn't do it, probably because they didn't have a partner to do it with. I'm pretty sure they would have if they found the right partner. But nobody wants to partner with the far right.
Nazi light? Yeah.
Not even the center right wants to partner with them.
Yeah.
So,
Like I said, like they were founded by the worst of the worst.
yeah, Le Pen's father was a neo-Nazi in the 1970s. Yeah. Same party, in fact.
Yeah. Like
The-
no, I was telling Ali that like the reason like
He's a leftist.
his daughter had tossed him out. But that's only because
Yeah.
he couldn't stop JQing like all over the fucking place. Like he just really could not stop.
You got to do it after we win. Come on, your
Yeah.
tactic. Problem.
Yeah.
And he
That's
couldn't
right.
help himself. It was
you
really
gotta
bad.
get the dub.
Yeah.
So he was pulling the modern left take on life.
And the
Going after
modern
it.
left take on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's
Yeah,
horseshoe
he's just
theory,
doing
right?
the bottom,
He's
yeah.
so far right that there are people on the left who agree with him.
I'm saying.
Can you guys hear me? Am I audible?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You're coming in.
I wanted to say I think it's kind of funny that we have Democrats here complaining about parties switching or something, or parties changing over time, something along those lines.
Actually, no, I'm quite happy about it.
Yeah, well,
Complaining about it. What are you talking about? This
Oh
is
no, we're
it
talking about
saved
how
France.
I know we're talking about how Le Pen's party was founded by these neo Nazis.
And having
Oh,
neo-Nazis
okay.
control the
Who-
Democrats
who-
in America.
Who was the Democrats started by?
No,
What happened to?
we.
Well, they
Well,
never
we-
actually changed. That's just a myth. Like
Well,
the
Democrats were
Big
started
Plan
by
is stayed in charge.
Thomas Jefferson. Yeah.
And Thomas Jefferson owned what?
Oh,
He owned a
lots
farm.
of slaves.
A farm,
Yeah.
I hear.
I'm just saying, I don't think the Democrats ever actually switched. They just changed their branding. You know, like they've always been run by the Klan, and they're still run by the Klan.
Sure. Okay.
True.
So I mean, look.
I mean,
Hey,
so
like, yeah, I'm not gonna argue that.
information.
I think President Biden is one of the most racist presidents we've had in a long time because the genocide that he's prosecuting on the other side of the world. That part I think that's like maximum racism when you're doing the genocide,
crime
right?
bill.
Like
And the
before
crime
we
bill.
had what's his face who murdered the Native Americans. What's the
Andrew
one who did
Jackson.
the
Andrew Jackson.
Prime, it's
Jackson,
not,
thank
it's
you.
not,
Andrew
it's not
Jackson.
genocide.
Andrew-
It's mass murder.
Andrew Jackson,
Prime. Gotta
who's-
make sure
who's-
you use proper words.
Whose
here.
painting Trump
Yeah.
put up in the Oval
Margaret
Office?
Sanger. Margaret Sanger. I think she murdered a bunch of Native Americans.
People just are mad about Andrew Jackson.
Wait, wasn't she a Republican though?
Margaret Sanger, the founder of Planned
Yeah.
Parenthood?
Yeah.
I don't know. Actually, it's a good. I'll look into that.
Yeah, you were just throwing accusations. All right, you immediately do so. You should know better.
I'll look.
I honestly don't know, but
I don't know one or the other either. But yeah, but the point was that like, we were saying the party was changing it for the Marine Le Pen. We're saying the party is just the same. Like they just didn't JQ in public. That's it.
She was socialist. She was part
She
of the
was a
socialist
socialist, yeah.
movement.
Oh, like you
Like I said, the
You're
Nazis, bro.
one of the same.
She was a
Yeah,
Nazi.
same party.
She
Right,
was a
yeah.
Democrat. Nazi.
Wait, the Republicans were not the same as the socialists. Come on.
Yeah,
Interesting.
the Nazis are the-
She
Well,
attended
just like-
Fabian. She attended Fabian Society meetings. Interesting.
Fabian
I
Liberty,
mean, to be fair, the
wow.
socialists of that day, they despised FDR because they believed FDR's New Deal program would forestall the revolution by mollifying the lower classes and the working classes.
Some things
and
never
so-
change.
Yeah.
Sounds like the Nazis.
So the socialists hated FDR in the same way that socialists today hate Biden.
Also sounds like the Nazis.
Wait, did FDR like? No, never mind.
Because the
Lot-
Nazis
lot
also
of
hated
quit-
Biden.
A
Yes.
lot
No,
of
no, no.
coincidences here that are
Hold on,
really
wait
convenient.
a minute. I don't think, and maybe I'm wrong, right? Maybe other people go differently, but I don't think the socialist take against Biden is that he's forestalling anything, right? Like we'll say that he's not going far enough, but that is that he's actually
No. They
That's-
don't.
that's the same thing.
It's
That's
the
the same thing,
specifics
though,
of their
right?
hatred is different.
I would have
But
said that.
I'm just saying that the socialists hated liberals then, and socialists hate liberals today.
I would
Well,
have. I
you
would
don't
have
think that's
said
pretty
that
much
more.
splitting hairs, Prime? Like right to what you just said, that like he's not going far enough. He's forestalling. That's like that's like degrees of separation. Like this much. Come
I
on.
would have said that, and I did say that about
Someone's aggressively typing.
Obama. Yeah, like I don't know who's typing. I think
Lickety
it's Lacto.
clackety.
But I would have said that about Obama when it came to the ACA. You know, like I have said, I said many times. I said to Aiko, he knows,
Right, yeah.
many times, that that was
They said
a
the same thing about Social Security.
poor solution that distracted us from the real solution, and that has put off the real solution for like at least 2 decades. At least 2 decades.
It
Now,
stopped the
and we see it falling
accelerationism,
apart.
right? Of making things so bad that people would have the revolution.
Done. I didn't say that. I wasn't an accelerationist. To be clear, I wasn't an accelerationist.
Okay.
I said that we had. No, I'm very different. I said that we had a moment during the time where the ACA was being discussed, right? Where the country was behind a single-payer healthcare system. We had the popular vote on that. He came in with a mandate, President Obama, right? And then who did he put in charge? This piece of shit. Sorry, now you got me on my soapbox, and I was going to take me a while to get off of it. Who did he put in charge? He put in charge his chief of staff, Rahm Emanuel, Mr. Medical Insurance, right? Took money from them this entire time. Took money from them before he went to the White House and after when he went to become a mayor of Chicago. This guy, he's the one he put in charge. And then that other one, Max Ball, not Max Blumenthal, Max Baucus, I think it was, right? I believe in the House, who was also like on like the committee, and these people like their pockets stuffed with the medical industry money, right? Or private insurance money. And then we're surprised that out of that committee, he recommends, hey, why don't we have like a quote unquote market-based solution? What a surprise! And then Obama says, well, I mean, like we tried. I mean, there's just no way, right? And then, right? So he takes the Republican plan. He does the Republican plan. The Republicans that he does this to mollify. Well, he doesn't. He does it for 2 reasons. One, to mollify the Republicans. 2, because he actually is a Republican light, and he actually wanted to do the plan in the first place. But anyway, so the Republicans he mollified, and then he like continuously weakened the law afterwards. He kept watering it down because he wanted to be bipartisan. And we realized that the Republican Party as a whole turned away from him. He was there trying to just get a few votes, and he wanted to get for the ACA, right? And then it whittled down to 3 to 2 to 1,
he needed one vote.
and then he didn't
needed
get one. He watered down the bill again and again to get at least literally just one Republican vote, so you can call it bipartisan, and he didn't even get that. So he made his own bill worse. He made it worse and got nothing for it, right? Obama to a T. That's the whole presidency.
Well, when you say
Fuck.
one, he
Sorry.
did get the one,
No.
but it was for closure, not for passage.
Stepping down from the soapbox.
Step
Sorry,
down.
I also hate Obama, so come join me over here.
Hey, high five, buddy.
Same hate, different reasons.
Yeah, sure. Different reasons.
Well, to be clear,
Prime
Prime,
hates
I'm
because
pretty sure
he's a
Gibbs was
Republican in
for
disguise.
the repeal
Yeah, right.
vote when they tried to repeal it, but Bernie betrayed you and voted against repeal.
It's all Bernie's fault. God
You
damn
mean
it.
you mean McCain? McCain betrayed the Republicans.
No. Bernie also voted against repeal
Sorry, what bill did he vote against? I'm sorry.
when they tried to repeal the ACA.
Okay.
Right? Bernie voted against that.
Well, of course,
Against
Bernie
it.
voted against that.
Yeah.
Yes,
But
yes.
the shock vote was McCain voting against it.
Yeah.
That's what threw everybody for the loop because he was
Right.
a Republican.
I don't think that was a betrayal for Bernie voting against it. Look, once we had it in place, right? Like, I don't want to go backwards. Like the other plan was, if it would have been reversed, it wouldn't have been replaced by anything. It would
I
have
know.
gone
I was
back
being
to-
sarcastic. I was
Wait,
like,
wait,
if you hate it
hold
so
on.
much, then you'd be happy to see it repealed.
No, I think Ico's right. Like, first of all, is it lagging on Ico's end or is it my end?
It's
It's
Echo.
Am I
It's
still
not
lagging?
as it was before.
You're just a little bit robotic, or you're phasing
Yeah.
in and out of roboticism.
Yeah, I don't think it's.
I really
I
don't
think
have
it's you.
anything.
I think it's the Discord text.
Yeah, I think it's Discord. Yeah.
Because it's doing something with mine. I just did a speed test. I have like 800 milliseconds.
I just heard you go robotic for a second there.
Oh,
too.
Yeah.
Gibbs is going a little bit
Yeah.
robotic too. It's all
Gibbs
Texas.
is getting robotic.
I bet it's something to do with
Maybe it's the hurricane.
It's
Yeah,
Texas.
it's gotta be.
They're both from Texas.
We're both in Texas.
Yeah. There we go.
The
Well,
infrastructure's failing in Texas.
what I was gonna say, Prime.
Yes.
But if we appeal Obamacare, wouldn't that, like you were saying, wouldn't that pave the way for like some radicalism to get universal health care?
So remember how I started this off. I said was it 2009, I guess, right, when Obama takes office, if I remember the years correctly. But in 2009 we had that moment, that political moment. These things don't come often, right? When you can have like real fundamental change, whether it's on the conservative side or on the liberal side. There's only these few moments in time, and within our political system where these things can happen. The stars aligned then, right? So if we just got rid of it now, right? I don't think the stars. In fact, I think it's a very good chance. Let's say we did this today, right? I think there's a very good chance that we could have a conservative and all that Trump can win. So like this would not be a good time. So I wouldn't say that.
Okay.
So I've got a pretty good speed test too. I just posted it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not. It's
got
not
mine.
your
Hi,
fault.
Discord.
I don't think
It's
hard.
Discord.
I bet it.
I sorry, if you guys want to talk about your internet speed.
No,
that's
no.
fine.
Listen, go keep
I mean,
going.
I was
Ben.
gonna say it's the hurricane.
New topic for the next hour.
Yeah.
Cat
yeah.
one.
No, I found out something today that actually like bothers me a little bit, right? So Hunter Biden, okay, I'm gonna be absolutely clear. I'm fine with the guns. I defend him for the guns. Actually, that his prosecution
the
should have never happened.
Are you okay with the sex clubs?
Fine with that. I'm fine with the
Alright.
hookers. I'm fine with them all doing cocaine. No problem with
He's
that.
happy about the hookers. He supports
But-
hookers.
But I found
Oh,
out
okay.
apparently, this kind of fucks me up a little bit. 5 months after Beau Biden dies, Hunter Biden is giving it to Beau's widow.
He was just
Yeah.
doing what any good brother would
I
do.
don't know why this is new
That one came
information
out
to
years
people.
ago.
Yeah, this came out.
I
years ago.
Keeping it within
I
the family.
just found out about this today.
Because
Hold
he
on, who's
consoled
look-
his
who-
brother's widow.
Who looks
Your
worse on
this
that?
is
It
this
sounds
is
so manipulative when you say like, "Oh, he consoled her with his dick."
With his
Hold on,
dick.
people.
Well,
have
you don't, who are you to determine
you
what type of
confirmed
controlling
that yet,
someone needs?
unless you got some photos.
Oh, but
Isn't
Well,
this the kind of
apparently-
stuff that's in the Bible? Left and
And
right?
this I didn't see this, so I'm not going to endorse this. But apparently, somebody told me there is a feature-length porn video of them two. That's what I was told. Not saying I've seen it where they're doing crack and fucking. I don't know. That's what I was told.
The therapy session. What are you?
I'm biblical. Actually, you don't believe in the Bible now? Are you saying that the Bible's wrong?
What?
I think you would say the Bible's wrong, actually.
The Bible says that if
this
your
isn't the Bible.
brother dies, you're supposed to take her as your wife.
Hey Tom.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up.
Would you rather some stranger?
You just called the Bible fucked up.
You would rather some.
Wow.
There's a couple passages in there that are a little bit fucked up. Okay, the whole slavery thing.
You take care of her needs, bro.
Hey Tom, are you?
God, that sounds
you were
dirty.
talking to us because you were muted. If you were talking to us.
What do you don't think people have needs?
I was trying to say that he Hunter was in rehab and his brother had just died. So when his brother died, that's how he got fucked up on drugs again, and he was in rehab. And then Bo's wife came and picked him up from rehab.
Oh, so she took advantage of him.
So she took advantage of him.
She took advantage of him.
Oh, shut up! He's the man. He should know better.
Whoa,
okay, we know this.
Whoa! Do you not see what's happening?
What kind of red pill guy are you?
Black. You don't see what's happening with Sketch right now. Drugs and addiction can cause you to do crazy fucking things. OnlyFans, fucking your brother's widowed wife. I mean, listen, you don't know. The
guy that just got busted for the OnlyFans was it Sketch, Scotch?
Yeah, that's what I just said. Sketch.
Who?
Yeah, see, exactly.
You know Sketch? You know what's going on?
Sketch?
I don't know any of this shit. I'm in the dark. Educate me.
Oh yeah,
so Sketch is a streamer. Sketch is a streamer. He's a pretty relatively popular streamer, big in the Madden world, right? Went to the NFL, the whole spiel. What's up, brother? I'm sure you've heard What's Up, Brother. You had to have had. Now, it just came out yesterday or 2 days ago. Oh well, look it up. He's hilarious
all
guy.
over Twitter, yeah.
Comes out to yesterday or the day before that he had an OnlyFans, and it was a girly OnlyFans. He was doing cosplay. He was having some fun. Does a stream about it, owns up to it, and says he's like, yeah, well, back then I was dealing with some addiction issues. I had did the whole thing.
Yeah, I have so much.
Yes, he's a man.
I have so much less of a problem with that. Look, I have so much less of a problem with that. If that's all Hunter Biden did, I wouldn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
But I was told, again, I didn't watch it. I was told that in the video, apparently, when she's spreading herself open for him, she's got her wedding ring on.
There's
that's an assault.
There's no video.
Sounds kinky.
Wait, they tell you in AA. I think the first thing is that you shouldn't be getting into any relationships because that could counter fuck up everything that you've done through your through your rehab.
Don't go back to your wife. Go to your brother's widow.
No, so she picked him up. He thought this is someone I could trust. This is my brother's wife. My brother just
and then
died.
He fucked her.
No. She fucked him.
No, that's not how that works.
He
asked be consensual, and they both agreed.
This is the family he can go to. This is the family that will keep it discreet. She knows him the best. He knows her pretty well. This is his brother's wife.
Hold on.
So he calls her to pick him up, and in his moment of weakness, in his time of need, he takes advantage of this man. What? This man who wants to be
clean. What happened? That's not what happened. This man is okay. I'll tell you what happened. This fucking conniving person, right? He was like, "Oh, she's vulnerable. I'm gonna get it in." And that's what happened.
We called her from rehab.
Could it be?
He called her from rehab. He's like, she's vulnerable. She's gonna
have you dealt with cokeheads before? Okay, they're assholes.
Can we try this math? Can we try this math? That maybe we have not one, but two grieving people who come together, find each other in a moment of weakness, and
phantom third solution.
It's a bad idea.
He's over here pitching about the wedding ring. If I was smashing a married woman or a widowed woman, I'm gonna be like, you keep that ring on. I don't know what you're talking about.
What?
One of the best
Keep in mind, he suffered
is lots of guys
this
show
is
up.
hot. Call me his
he
name.
also
Let's
suffered
go.
incredible trauma. When he was 3, he was in a car accident that killed his mother and his sister.
Bitch. Let's go.
I'm not denying. If he had to go,
he's fucked up.
Wait.
Sure. He had to go to therapy for a little bit. That doesn't mean you justify fucking your
little bit. No. For life.
The weight of the ring on her finger provides as a talisman of calmness. It reminds her of him. This was for him.
I'm in a fucking loony bin. I'm in a loony bin right now. We have Ike over here defending like fuck your brother's widow therapy
Well, I don't think
session.
he's. Well, I don't think he's.
And then we have Ali.
I think he's giving it context and like cognitively
just the
understanding.
opposite. What I'm saying is, like, first of all, I think he's fucked up whether or not this video exists, because there's plenty of other things that he's done that's fucked up too.
Oh, that's fine.
Hey,
that's fine.
Lactoid. He calls her from rehab, then somehow he ends up with crack. You don't think she should have said, no, don't do crack. You just got out of rehab. You're the but she took him to get crack, presumably.
Bro,
now that
his
what do you mean no?
fucking
Explain it to me.
model,
So she picks him up from rehab. They get crack. Did he not ask her to go get crack? Because they were together the whole time.
He didn't have any money to buy the crack.
He was
didn't have
the
money to
crack.
buy the crack?
He was the crack. First of all, he had money. He got it all from Ukraine. Okay. Second of all, he was the crack guy. He had the crack connections.
He got the crack from you.
Yeah.
How do we know if she even know how to get crack? She probably got the crack.
I never said she got it for him, but she had to have driven him at least to get it.
He
because
wasn't
she brought him
driving.
from the rehab.
So she's at fault because she drove him.
She's an
Ridiculous.
accomplice. She's an
She
accomplice.
was equally responsible.
She
He
enabled
was
his
manipulated.
addiction.
She didn't know what she was doing. She was
enabled
manipulated.
his addiction.
It sounds like she knew what she wanted.
When you pull up to a
This is
crack
no.
house, you know what's going
No.
on.
This is not Simpri. Look, I don't give a fuck about her. I don't give a fuck about her. I don't care about her or her well-being or anything like this. It's not white knighterry. The part that fucks me up is
pretty
I don't
big
give a
team.
hold on.
So let him go.
You're
Let him go.
Superman right now.
I don't give a fuck about her. Okay, I have my judgments about her, and I would refer to her in language that would probably get me banned on Twitch. What I do have a problem with is the betrayal of his own brother. Right, Beau Biden. This is his flesh and blood.
Yeah, his wife betrayed his brother. You should
Really?
be discussing the betrayal.
Yeah. They're sitting together like, oh, I bet he's looking down on us right now as she's spitting in his mouth. Disgusting. This shouldn't be happening.
Like this is
He is drugged.
It's like cuckery, but on like one level more.
She picked him up. He was weak. She drugged him, and you're putting
She drugged him.
Oh, okay. So Cardi B's victims, it was all their fault, huh?
What?
Let the boy watch.
That is fundamentally different, and you know it's different.
Corey,
Well,
what were you gonna say?
I mean, all I was gonna say is like I think this is like this is a fairly common theme, as in like I think there's multiple movies where it's like I think even the bad movie Pearl Harbor is roughly it's not brothers, but like whatever.
Pearl Harbor.
What is it? Ben Affleck and Josh Hartnett, they go off to war, and one of them dies, and then
that Tobey Maguire movie and Tobey Maguire and Jake Gyllenhaal.
I think it's roughly the plot of Moonstruck as well, or like something similar to that. Like it's pretty, unfortunately, a common theme.
Brothers are pieces of shit sometimes, man.
Yeah, I mean, hold on. To be fair, if you watch any women's romance, it's all cheating. I don't know if you've noticed that, but that's a whole different thing. Sleepless Seattle, cheating. Pearl Harbor, cheating. Titanic, cheating.
It's these fucking people. Cheating. I know. I'm
cheating. I can't think of a single one that's not cheating. Now that I'm thinking about it, we can keep going, but they're all cheating.
100%. You're not wrong. You're not. Well, hold on. I just want to make myself clear here, right? The problem I have again is with the betrayal, right? And I'm curious, would any of you could it hit a point where even you guys would be like, yeah, that's pretty fucked up, right? What if she was yelling like, ooh, say your name is Beau?
I wasn't a crack addict.
Would you be okay with that?
I would ask
if he wasn't addicted to crack, sure.
I would be like,
bro, he chose the crack.
I know he did. Just like
I would ask her to
the
put
heroin,
her,
but those people are also in a different mind state and easily
I would tell
manipulated.
her to put her wedding dress on and keep the ring on. And that's what I'm talking about. We're trying to get real fucked up.
Gibbs, stop.
Real issues.
Hold on, wait.
The more crazy it is, the better it is. I promise.
The problem is, I know you're telling the truth, and that's the worst part, right? Because if you were somebody else, I could just say Gibbs is lying for the show. But I'm not sure about that with you. This is fucked up. I don't like that.
Wait a minute.
It's gonna be that dead husband. Oh yeah, it's gonna be good.
I believe you do have a brother, right? Am I incorrect on this?
Yeah. Well, I have a sibling.
Oh boy.
Okay, yeah. So he has a brother, right? And so for one thing, I think it's interesting that he's having such a reaction. But I'm assuming I don't know your brother. I have no idea about anything about his brother. However, I'm assuming that he's a good guy, right? I'm gonna.
Lactoid is the evil twin in this case.
They're a socialist also.
That's a possibility. So I'm assuming he's a good guy, right? And when you want your wife, right, after you have left this mortal coil, taken too early from us, because of your fucking motorcycle, and then that you wouldn't want your
much fun, by the way,
to be with your wife because you know he's a good guy, right?
Disgusting.
And that she's
First of all, no. Second of all, disgusting. Okay, absolutely not. And I'd be looking down from heaven, and I would be judging. Judging.
Would you rather? Would you rather your wife be in the woods with a stranger or your brother?
Yeah.
Or a bear. Third option.
Those two.
I would by orders of magnitude. Okay, if I had a wife and I died, I would want her fucking a stranger by magnitudes like greater than fucking a blood relative. This person who we went to Thanksgivings with, Christmases with.
Yeah.
They sat.
Someone she knows intimately, someone she knows well, someone who will protect her, who takes an extra care because he loves you.
They are not supposed to be having sexual thoughts at the dinner table. Okay,
and this is love.
And if they fucked, it's just love, right? Okay, I'm sure. Yeah. That's all that was. Yeah.
Aren't you?
He is in a moment of weakness. He needed to be consoled. She took advantage of him. He consoled her. He thought he was consoling her. He's like, well, this is what she needs. She's giving me what I need.
Men have agency. He is responsible.
But aren't you all about maximized consent? Like, if it's consensual, what do you care? And again,
I'm not saying to criminalize it.
Another example is like this is roughly also the plot
I'm saying we should encourage it.
Of like the TV show This Is Us, where like two best friends, where the guy dies and then his best friend marries the widow. Like it's a common theme. And if it's consensual, like why do you care?
You're like carrying on their memory by doing it. In fact, every time
Lactoid wants his widowed wife to go to the dating scene.
You're remembering them in honor.
Forever. He wants her to get ran through by the fuckboys of the red pill. That's what he wants.
Because once they stop being
as opposed to my brother,
hold on. Once they stop being remembered, they disappear. Wouldn't you rather like not disappear into forgotten, fading memory? At least, even if it's someone screaming out your name in the bedroom to somebody else, like wouldn't that be better than being forgotten? Like you're welcome.
No, it would not be better than being forgotten. That's an insult. That's an insult to my memory.
I disagree. I'd be okay with it. I encourage people to yell out my name after I die.
Revolting, disgusting.
Am I learning today that libertarians are all about shame and shaming others for their choices? I thought libertarians about maximum choice. But now apparently we want people to feel better.
Listen, I'm not saying criminalize it. Okay,
personal freedoms and contracts.
No, you're right. You're right. We can't.
Just being a socialist.
No. Look. I would agree that criminalizing it would be more ethically problematic because we would be interfering with a consensual transaction with a non-consensual interference. I don't disagree. Okay. That said, people make decisions that I find gross and bad. Like, for example, if I open the door and I saw Gibbs here eating his own shit, I would say, Gibbs, listen, sir, you have the right to do so, and I won't stop you. But please reconsider. This is disgusting. And then he could say, well, we're going to consent. It's like, motherfucker, you're eating shit. You're eating shit. It's a problem.
I'm just curious. Would that actually be your reaction? You'd open it and you'd try to argument him out of it. As
I would. He's a reasonable guy. I'd want to know.
He's a reasonable guy.
Do you eat ass?
Absolutely not. Disgusting.
He absolutely doesn't. He doesn't eat pussy.
Lactoid barely has sex in anything outside of missionary, okay?
Look, it through a sheet, through a hole in the sheet that just as God intended.
So, well, God intended your brother to fuck your widow.
No, that's what. That was a typo. That was a typo. Obviously,
the Torah, the Bible. I'm sure it's somewhere in the Quran to fuck your brother. I'm sure it's somewhere there.
I think
that's some like cattle shit going on, right? Like, inherit the wife. That's sexist. Actually.
Above sexism are we now?
I think you have other problems.
Yes.
If this Texan,
since when has sexism bothered you?
If this Texan Admiral,
now
Gibbs,
he's above
right?
it.
Like suddenly was like outside of your door, right? You there in I don't know Toronto, right? It was suddenly outside of your door eating poop. I think there'd be a lot of other things, right, that you'd have to establish first before dealing with that.
A lot of bad things are happening.
No. Like obviously, if Gibbs showed up at my house eating shit, like I would have more than just the question of, why are you doing that?
Yeah.
But like I'm saying, let's say
and negotiate.
God's doing his work.
Your microphone is
now.
not working currently.
Yeah.
Hello? Okay.
Now it's working. Yes. Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Okay. Sure. Let's say like I came down to Texas and me and Gibbs were hanging out, right? He seems like a fun guy. We were chilling, and then like chatting up some hotties, right? Drinking some whiskey, and then like oh, he's got to run to the porta potty, and then like I'm waiting in line, and he comes out with shit on his face.
Yeah.
I will ask.
Was there a girl in there? Or
What if the girls are
There
into
was
it?
no girl. There was no girl in there.
Oh,
What if the girls are into it?
Then I'm leaving because fuck him and fuck those girls.
Okay.
That's
What if
crazy people.
What if they're
Well, I mean,
really
the
hot?
baddies usually are.
I don't care how hot they are. If they're into eating shit, I'm
Yeah,
out.
Okay,
you
but
care a little
let's maybe try like another example. Let's move away from the scat example. Let's try to keep the audience. Maybe they're not gonna be fans of this. All right.
Proper terminology.
Yeah, like
guys.
this was a far reach. Our friend Gibbs, right? I have never met him, but I'm sure he has minty fresh breath.
It's love, you
Um,
idiot.
I carry mouthwash with me everywhere I go. Maybe it's because I eat a lot of shit. I don't know. Yeah, you gotta be ready for afterwards.
Okay.
Like,
All right, buddy. All right. Well, this is a great start of the show, I think.
Well, then, hold on. Wait. So that okay, let's go into the sketch. And so that kid's catching a lot of flack right now. He's getting
So can you
fucking
explain what this
destroyed.
OnlyFans was like about? You said girly OnlyFans.
He was like, it was like gay. It was gay. You know,
Okay,
he was doing like girly poses, blah blah blah. The thing is that he's super popular in the like Madden NFL world, so he's super popular in like the guy world. And then this comes out, and he's getting absolutely
he's
just
also like kind of red pilly.
Yeah.
Like,
Probably a little bit.
He's like
So-
red. I wouldn't say he's red pill, but he's like red pill like adjacent.
So he was like a bottom, basically. Is that what it seems like?
It's sounding like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not only
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
You
And so
can't be
like yeah,
bo-
so
you can be a top and be red pill. You can't be a bottom and be red pill. That's the moral of the story.
That's interesting thoughts. Like that's okay.
I don't make the rules.
All right. I mean, but you can. It'll be fine if he topped another man. If he was like super
Yeah,
masculine
because
about
then
it.
he
you
can be
know?
like, yeah, I'm dominating. And, whoa, call me Bubba, boy. You know,
That's-
like
That's what Doobie says all the time. Hopefully we'll have Doobie out here later on. But Doobie has a whole speech about this.
like, all right, if you ever, you ever like pit bulls or like Rottweilers, they like try to hump you. You ever seen that? So if that ever happens to me, what you do is you grab them by the haunches, act like you can hump them. They stop immediately trying to hump you the rest of the night.
wait,
Okay.
I'm sorry, you play hump dogs? That's just
Yeah,
all
let's
I heard.
tell you right there. That's the solution. Try it. You're welcome.
Okay.
Make sure
That's
it's
risky
your
business.
dog and not someone else's
And
dog.
make sure that everybody's filming it when you do it.
Yeah,
That's-
yeah. Oh my god. Oh, God.
That
Put a
bothers me
tutorial up
less
on
than
YouTube. Put a
fucking your
tutorial
wife.
up on YouTube. This is how you stop your dog from humping you.
Well, you're pro bestiality. This is noted.
Wait. That is honestly like I'm dead serious about this. You guys might not believe me, but I'm dead serious. Like if I found out like a guy like fucked his brother's wife after he passed, that would disgust me more than if I found out that like he fucked an animal. 100%.
What if it was his dead brother's dog?
Yes.
What if it was his dead brother's dog?
That's on the line. But I'd still be more in favor of that. Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, can you articulate why exactly?
Yeah, let's,
It was a violation, right? This was his.
And
now-
just to make it more explicit, like, do you view it as like a moral transgression?
What it's just like keep it in the family, bro.
It's less about like, okay, I agree that like logically speaking, I could not argue that it should be illegal because morally speaking, it's not a violation of consent. But it triggers like the disgust factor very strongly in me, right? So like the same disgust factor that you guys have for other things.
Something like that. Would you think he was?
Oh, well, no.
Like
I'm okay with that.
No, I'm asking his brother Bo. Would Bo be wrong for wanting Hunter to do that?
No, it's the betrayal that fucks me up. Like if he said, "Yeah, you can fuck her," or like and that was a discussion they had beforehand. At that point, I really don't care all that much. Like I'm not judging them all
I have
that much.
two brothers, and like one of them just doesn't really get much. And if he was able to hook up with one of the chicks that I hooked up with, I would be super proud.
So
of him.
benevolent.
Your wife, that you had two kids with, your wife. Remember, these people are religious. They think they're going to heaven. Okay, they're gonna meet up in heaven. Oh, here's your brother, but also in heaven with you that I fucked.
He's gonna have to square that with God. He says it in their Bible.
Well,
that
God-
they-
They're gonna be together in heaven.
Yeah, and-
How awkward
I'm
is that?
not sure that
gonna be?
Hunter is all that religious.
awkwardness in heaven.
How awkward is that dinner table going to be when Bo and his wife are reunited and she has to admit to fucking Hunter?
I
He
don't
won't
think it's
care.
I
He's
don't
in
think-
heaven.
Yeah,
He'll be
they're
like,
like
that doesn't matter.
They're spiritual
Get-
beings.
There's no
You
jealousy in
get
heaven. I'd be jealous.
72
There
virgins
are no
heaven,
negative
right?
feelings in heaven.
It's
There's
one
Nah,
of
no, that's
it's
not the
pure
heaven they believe
bliss.
in. That's the heaven Ali might believe in, but that's not the heaven that Biden believes in.
They need to read Dante.
Yeah.
Speaking of
They're
Dante,
Catholic.
I got Dante right here.
But hold on,
Yeah, there you go.
Aiko, I actually want to answer this, Aiko. So, if what you're saying is the Bible recommends like getting with your siblings' widows, explain to me
Demand it.
when
It
all the parties are
requires
dead.
There's
Yeah,
a
it
rule
requires
for
it.
it.
Sure, yeah, it requires it. Now I'm guessing when you go to heaven, you see all your loved ones again, right?
I don't think you're having to like talk about like hey,
well,
who you
to
came
be
to
fair,
so.
to be fair, that's Old Testament stuff, and there's not a concept of an afterlife like in the time of Deuteronomy. So there wouldn't be like the people who wrote those rules wouldn't have been aware of the stuff that Christians would later believe.
Well, I'm not talking about like the historical like thought process. What I'm asking is like
Right.
under current theology, we know two things: A, there is some kind of an afterlife if you're a Christian, right? And B, you meet your loved ones there, right?
Okay, I can.
Yes.
Does this mean that Hallie Biden needs to explain to Bo Biden that she got spit roasted by his brother?
No, Bo would have already
That's
known.
not what
You
happens
can't
if you
spit
Bo would
roast
have
by
already
someone by
known.
yourself. Okay, let's put that out there.
Yeah, but
I don't think you know what
like,
that
wait,
means.
hold- wait, give-
Also,
give-
you're
real
like
quick,
you're
Gibbs,
a
real
whole
quick.
different kind of being. You're a
Yeah, I
whole
know.
kind of different
Lactoid. So the idea would be that these people are watching over you from heaven. They are beyond worldly possession and worldly needs and worldly ideas.
They're watching me fuck my siblings'
Pay
widow.
attention. Blah, 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 yeah, I can. So what happens
Are they jerking it?
is when you're actually
I
close
am.
to God, you understand. When you go to heaven, you then understand the will of what's going on down below. And so when you get up there, there's no
Literally.
explanation. There's no nothing.
I'll
Everyone just
tell you
knows.
what the will is. The will is he wants to get his rocks off, and there is a vulnerable
So
woman.
be it.
Maybe
Yeah.
God
So
will
okay.
see it.
So they're Catholic,
Wait, hold up.
right?
Why
so
you're putting this all on him?
There's a specific answer to this within the Catholic Church, which is first of all, the best case scenario for Hunter and for Bo's wife, I would imagine, is purgatory, and they're not going to be in the same place at that moment. They're going to be on their own journeys to like shed themselves of sin over tremendous amounts of time, like thousands, hundreds of thousands of years, optimistically. And so by the time they actually make it, like the way Dante structures it, the lust is actually the last thing that you have to have burn through you before you can cross over into the heavenly plane. And so by the time you make it there, you're such a rarefied person that the person that you were is no more.
Yeah, that's it's a whole different like level of.
You become
Like, have you ever read how heaven is described? Like it's like if you're not like it's the most diehard Christian like my parents,
Clouds.
It's gonna be all like yes, every day you're going to wake up and you're going to be singing the praises of the Lord and everything will
that's
be.
That's
Lord.
not heaven for us.
Like I mean, that's
heaven
like
in the time is you get to just do whatever you want and it's just bliss. All the no, there's you get what you want.
Okay.
And if you do a suicide, never mind.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. For Catholics, what you have to do is you have to purge yourself of all that desire, and that takes.
It can't just be a random one.
Mythological amount of time.
Specific type.
I mean, with all my lusts, especially. Yeah, this is gonna take a bit.
Yeah.
But
which, by the way, the circle of purgatory that is lust is at the very top of the mountain. It's in fact the closest sin to God.
Yeah.
So it's the very last thing you have to conquer before you get to heaven.
I lust after Jesus' body on the cross. He's like
the purest of sins, you know.
Yeah, he's got a six pack. Yeah, usually.
Yeah. Okay.
Most Western art. Yeah.
All right.
He's fucking yoked.
Let's try to talk about something other than Hunter Biden's dick, right? I know it's an intoxicating conversation.
We were having a
CNN
completely
put out
different
an
discussion.
article today saying that calling Kamala Harris a DEI hire is what bigotry looks like.
Racist, yeah.
Like
She is a
Didn't
DEI hire,
Biden
though.
literally say that he was going to hire a black woman as the vice president? It literally is just a DEI hire.
Same thing with Justice Jackson, yeah.
Yes, they just are DEI hires.
Same thing with
there's-
Reagan, right? Reagan promised he would put a woman on the Supreme Court. Like
DEI
Reagan also did DEI hires. I mean, that's pretty normal for politics.
Hold on. But if they don't say it, and they only put in white men, those aren't DEI hires.
No,
No, they could be, but it's only. But we would only.
It's the original.
If they're selected,
I'm only going to get a white man.
Yeah, if they're selected, if they're selected because they're white men, then they would be DEI hires. But Kamala Harris,
well,
and
no,
Justice
because that's not
Jackson
diversity. That's the opposite of diversity.
Well, no, we're
That's
no. We're
mono-
saying that we're saying that
Diversity
like,
is subjective,
obviously
I guess.
Diversity is the opposite of white, but
But
the point is that sure, we
kinds
could
of
call
whites.
them that if somebody actually said we're only going to get a white man for this position or something like that.
Yeah, so
then sure, we might say something.
yeah, my
similar.
point is that like DEI is not the word for this. It's identity politics being behind it, right?
Affirmative
and
action
if
for
the-
white
But
men.
it is a
Yeah.
diversity hire. Like that's the point.
absolutely, they
But
were
hold on.
diversity hires. Yes.
Yeah, but hold on. But we only white men were considered, right? And so, correct on. At some
Well,
point
you can
in time-
argue for DEI, but they are DEI
No,
hires.
no.
Right,
Hold
that's the
on,
point,
hold
right.
on. Right? I'm just saying that like this is identity politics, right? Like you agree? What's being described here with Kamala and the Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown is identity politics. I'm just saying it's no different from the identity politics we had previously, where like putting anyone other than a white man on the Supreme Court would have been political suicide, right?
Look,
It's
fair.
another form of it. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's like a broader umbrella of identity politics, and
Yeah.
then under identity politics, you have like DEI hires, and then also as well, like if you're only selecting white men, sure, right?
Yeah.
Like that's a problem, right? If you're not selecting the most meritorious candidate because they happen to be black or something along those lines.
Yeah.
But in this case, Kamala Harris and Justice Jackson specifically are DEI hires, right? They were
Okay.
hired specifically because Joe Biden said, "I'm only going to hire with Justice Jackson, it was a black woman." He was very specific about that. With Kamala, it was a woman,
Yeah.
preferably black, is what he said.
Yeah, I think.
Which is-
And with Reagan, it was a woman. Like he promised
Sure.
that he would put the woman.
Right.
And there were multiple times in which it was the GOP that came out and said the first black president will be a Republican. The first, woman president will be a Republican. Like these are things that both parties say all the time.
Sure. And look, and the Republican Party, I think, was the Republican Party and the Democratic Party were much closer in like the 70s, 80s, and 90s. I mean, you can look at polarization charts, right? Like Republicans or Democrats were really all not that different, like in the 90s and the 80s and shit, right? It's really only started around 2014-ish where the parties began to diverge dramatically. But like right now, because Nina Turner, well, okay, there's obviously the Civil War before then, though, but there was like through the latter half of the 20th century, the two parties were very closely aligned. But Nina Turner on Twitter, for example, specifically said this, right? Like, oh, this is racism, by the way, when she shared a tweet about somebody calling Kamala Harris our first DEI president, I think was the tweet, which I would argue, I would agree with tomfoolery. That's not racist. When you select somebody because of their race, overtly and specifically, this is a DEI hire. And so people are saying
And
it would be the first DEI like selection, who, by the way, like if she became the president, if Biden took it and then Biden died and she took it, then she'd be a DEI hire by never taking it. Well, no,
Did you say Obama's the first? Because he was the reason he became president
because he was black. Yeah.
Well, it's not just that, but the reason he became president was because of his very famous convention speech, floor speech, in 2004, in which he was picked for that speech because he was a black senator, and he was the only black senator at that time, and so. He was selected for that reason, and one might say that the only reason he's president was because of that speech. In 2004, everyone was saying, "Yeah, there's the next president."
You can make the argument that Obama may have been like advantaged and like sort of like helped along the way because of his racial status. I think that's probably true, but I think this is like the most stark, right? The most stark example, because especially with Justice Jackson, again, I'm only considering black women. This isn't like, oh, somebody else might have been able to do better or give a better speech. This is, you cannot have the job unless you are a black woman. You
but keep
cannot
in mind,
have the
you
vice
can't.
presidency.
Keep in mind, you can't win though at this game, because when Obama was president, he was criticized for having a cabinet that was too white, and that criticism specifically came from the GOP and from Fox News. Yeah,
I'm not defending them. I'm not defending them. Then, yeah. Anybody who was to criticize like a board for being too white or too black, absent this kind of DEI bullshit, I don't subscribe or endorse any of those criticisms.
Okay, so.
And Romney had his binder full of women.
Binder full of women. That was a big thing.
Fair criticism. It's fair criticism.
I mean, I'd say it's equal opportunities on both parties.
But it would be fair. It would be fair to call them DEI hires if Romney selected them solely because they were women.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
How else do you explain a binder full of women?
They were hot women. What if they were hot women?
He had a binder full of DEI candidates.
Wait a minute.
Look, you're right. There's too much fucking DEI bullshit in this country. You want me to admit that? I agree.
Hold on. Okay. To be clear, and I'm going to say something, but to be clear, it's not impugning the character of either Tom or Lactoid, right? Because I hear you when you're saying like DEI, like to the letter of the sentiment, I guess. Well, not the sentiment. That's not what I say. But to like to the definition, right? To letter of the definition, this would count as a DEI hire. Hear you, all right? And I've already agreed. However, you can understand that there are a lot of people who the sentiment that's being portrayed, right? When they're spouting this on Twitter or wherever, on Fox News, right, isn't simply like, oh, we're just talking about like, Biden's own words and stuff like. No, like they're saying that you're a black person and you can't do this job, right? You get that. You get that. There's a lot of
them basically
behind that. Correct?
Well, no. What they're saying, what they're saying is that they were selected because of their race and their gender.
No, but
not necessarily because they could do the best job, which raises concerns and suspicions that they're not as good as potential.
They're saying no. They're saying that they can't do a good job. That you are black, right? And this is fundamental. Like, come on, I reject the whole premise, because what is good? What's a good job is this arbitrary line that you've just drawn in the sand. Oh, if you pass this line, you've done a good job. The only question that matters is whether or not you do a better job, right? The question is not whether or not you hire a good candidate. The question is whether or not you've hired the best candidate, especially for the Supreme Court and your vice president. And if Joe Biden is saying that one of the key, the most critical metric for this decision is hold on, please let me get this out, right? If what Joe Biden is saying, the critical metric here is your race and gender, what this means is that there could be, very realistically, a white man who could do the job better that got passed up. Hold on. Because this is bullshit. I see you, Gibbs, because you were at your hand for them to go to Ali, right? But this is BS, right? We understand how the vice president is chosen normally, right? In all cases, it's just to get the president elected, to shore up their constituencies, right? With someplace they're weak, right? Why did President Obama? Why did he choose Biden as his vice president? Because he was weak with white people. Black. Because he was what he was higher. They were afraid. They were like, oh, well, we don't want them to think that things are too different, right? So to calm down the whites, we're going to hire Biden. Go back. I'm not making this up. Go back.
It's why he had a white cabinet too.
It was absolutely the case. Hold on. No, I'm not done. It was absolutely the case that for him, that's what they did. But even beyond that, let's step away from race specifically, right? What they do is always identity politics, because if you are a president from Virginia, they'll specifically look at someone from like California, right? Like if they're weak in California, they'll find a person in California, and that'll be their vice president. The state you're from, your identity is the reason why they hire you. That's what happens all the time. But now all of a sudden, When it comes to Kamala Harris,
Not
no,
all
it's
of a
a
sudden.
problem. Now there's tears. Oh, this has never happened
No,
before.
it's always been a
Who was the
problem.
best candidate for the job? It's bullshit. Like fucking McCain hired like Palin. Sarah fucking Palin.
Did he not get
He got a
criticism
lot
for
of
that?
shit for it.
He got a
Yeah,
lot
he
of shit
got
for
a lot
that.
of shit.
But I'm
This
saying,
is
no,
you are playing whataboutism. No, you're playing whataboutism. Hold on real quick. You're playing
No.
whataboutism.
No, I'm
This
not.
is. I'll explain why.
No.
Yes, I think you are. Because you're right that like politics is shady and people will select people that aren't the best hires specifically for political gain. And when people do that, they rightfully open themselves up to criticism. McCain got criticized for picking Sarah Palin, as she should have. I'm sure Obama, I don't remember this all too much, but I'm sure he probably got criticism for picking Biden from some people, right? No matter who you pick, you're going to get some criticism. But when you select somebody, right, specifically to appeal to a particular demographic, and you say, I'm going to appeal to this demographic, yeah, with the VP, first of all, it's fine to criticize that, just as it's fine to criticize any politician who picks the potentially not as qualified candidate because of political means. But Biden took it further than that by not just applying this to his vice president, but by applying it to the Supreme Court, right? He was already president. Explain to me why he had to pick why. And this, by the way, was his most strict requirements. You had to be a black woman. Explain that.
Hold on, I actually want to back Prime up here before.
I will. I'll let everyone go, but I promise I'm not running away. So we'll go to Gibbs, Ali, and
the last president that picked the vice president qualifications was Bush. Cheney was like super qualified. In fact, he was more qualified than Bush. Now, whether or not you'll like what he did was terrible. Biden is absolutely maybe the first EI hire ever. In fact, it's gotten so bad that Biden, in his current age, is claiming now to be the first black woman president. I mean, this is a quote that he just said. It's a desperate race of identity politics, and I think Biden is the epitome of identity politics, and that's exactly why he was picked in the first time for under Obama, and that's why now he's getting confused and he thinks he's a black woman and he's running his office and saying that's what he is because he wants to be black for take this away from Kamala. I mean, I don't know, but all I'm saying is that he is definitely the first DEI hire. It's very clear that he got picked for the white people. Now that's not cool, so now he wants to be a black woman. It's just clear. I don't understand how this even.
I think that's just foreshadowing, Gibbs. I think he's saying that he will put in place the first black woman president after he dies and Kamala becomes president. But
I don't think he knows what planet he's on. So I mean, that's giving him a lot of credit.
He's just getting visions, you know. And he sees Kamala as president. He's like, I'm the first black president. Well, you can say.
Well, I just want to really quickly, Prime. Let me ask you point blank. If Obama came out and said, I am going to hire a white man as my vice president, nobody else is eligible, would you call that racist?
I call it racist.
Yep. Nobody else eligible. Black woman, out. White man, you're in, because I need to appeal to the white people. So I'm only selecting a white man. Openly, overtly saying it on TV. Is that racist?
Does he say he needs to win white people?
I mean, it's tradition, isn't it?
Sure. He implies that. But he says no other racial group is eligible for the candidacy.
Not meaning. Brian is right. They do pick states, like swing states, like people all the time.
I understand. Well, hold on. You're right. And you could call that, I don't know, status.
It's John Adams.
State discrimination. You can call it state discrimination. Anti-Floridian discrimination. Whatever the fuck. I'm fine with that. What I'm asking is it racist? Is it racist if Obama says I'm only selecting a white man as my VP, nobody else need apply, no Asians need apply? Is that racist?
Okay, no. I'll go this full frontal. Full frontal. I don't know why.
Just like Bo Biden's wife.
Yeah.
He's gonna take it to the face.
We're back to the cat.
We're back to arguing whether or not DEI hires are good instead of like whether or not it's actually a DEI hire, right?
Well,
fair point.
I'm in favor of DEI hires. I'm in favor of like getting a black woman as VP or getting black women on the Supreme Court. I'm in favor of those things. I'm just not going to deny that these are DEI hires.
Okay, so Ali, I'll go Ali and Corey. So I'm going to answer straight up.
Yeah. So I don't think the problem is that. Oh, you want to go?
Yeah, let me finish it, and I'm almost done. Right. So
Prime Ali Corey.
Thank you, Corey.
Okay. Yeah. I absolutely I will say that yes, it is racist, but it follows a long tradition of racism in this country, right? When only white men were allowed to be vice presidents, only white men were allowed to be Supreme Court justices, and they specifically have been choosing people because of the region that they're from, to shore them up, right? They did it
So
specifically to mollify
Adams.
the country in terms of identity politics, exactly, right? So, I would say yes, you're right. If Obama came out and said specifically only white men are eligible, that's racist. Then he's only following a long tradition of racist.
Let's break the cycle, Prime. Me and you. Okay, right now.
Sure.
No more DEI hires.
Okay, got you, buddy. Ali.
I was gonna say for Tom, I don't think the problem is pointing out that it's a DEI hire. If we were gonna speak like strictly factually, when you say Lactoid that something's a DEI hire, I'm like, okay, that makes sense. But when some dude on Twitter posts, did he leave?
Back to it, buddy.
I'm still here.
We're missing our Swedish model.
That's like God's doing.
He's a DEI hire. We only have one Swedish model on this panel. We can't afford to lose him.
So okay, you can hear me, right?
Prime is the king of DEI hires. Is the most diverse panel I've seen.
So I accidentally clicked on a how to install a toilet video.
You're talking about scat. Now you're talking about how to install toilets. Are you telling us?
I need to replace my toilet. It's like I'm a DIY. I'm not a DEI. I'm a DIYer. Okay, I do my own work at home.
DIYer, not
DIY.
Do it yourself. Yeah.
So I was saying, I think the problem more is like, so if someone says like 1350, you understand that that's just like, you're just throwing the jab, you're doing the racist undertone, right? So that when someone's just going out and saying, well, Kamala Harris is a DEI hire, to Prime's point, the implication when someone's tweeting that isn't that like, oh, factually she is. It's that the only reason she got this job is because she was black, just like an affirmative action hire would have only gotten the job.
Wait. Why is that racist? Why is that racist to say?
It's true.
Yes. We can say facts. If you're speaking in the, like, once again, when Lactoid's talking about when Tom brings it up, I'm not like, oh, these guys are racist. Well, on Twitter, when someone's like bring up, if you're having a conversation, someone just brings up 1350, you're gonna be like, okay, I mean, I guess that there's a fact to that, but why are you bringing it up? There's a reason.
If the conversation is about crime rates, then it'd be relevant.
Do you think math is racist, Ollie? Like whenever they say like 2 + 2.
Inherently.
You think so?
His people invented
math. I think you guys stole it from the Arabs, and then you guys ran with it. If it's cultural appropriation and all.
Okay, all right. So, I got nothing then.
Corey.
Yeah, I like to. So, not that I'm necessarily like in favor of DEI in every context, since from my
Thank you, Corey.
The evidence is pretty mixed. But I'm curious, Lacto, because you mentioned I think something specific earlier of like, well, it's about I think the words you use like, well, it's about the best candidate for the job. So I'm curious, okay, how do you go about doing that or selecting for that? How would you want, let's say, the alternate, Supreme Court selection process to work? As in, like, like how do you select the best candidate?
So ideally, with any kind of candidacy or student, you would like review their record and you would select them based on like meritorious considerations, right? Like how long their record is, how impressive their record is, how eloquent they're able to explain their ideas, how complex their ideas are, how they're able to, their knowledge of key areas, all sorts of things that, again, like are based more on the character of their person and based on their credibility and their merits on whatever they're going to do, as opposed to things that are skin deep, right? Like their race or their gender.
What about electability as a factor?
So electability is one of these things where it's like, I recognize like in the practical reality, it's a consideration. Okay. And I'm not denying that I understand like this happens, but
identity is a factor in electability. Right?
I'm aware, but electability, I don't think is actually fundamentally like a justification. You're basically saying like, I have to do this shitty thing because enough people want this shitty thing that I won't be able to appeal to them unless I do this shitty thing. So that in no way justifies the shitty thing, because you got to win,
do
right?
Anything.
Sure, exactly, right? So that it's like it's purely Machiavellian, right? It's this idea of like, well, I must take power, otherwise I can't. I have to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, because otherwise, like, I can't do X, Y, Z. I have to invade the Mongols because otherwise, sure, I get the calculation, but in of itself, it's not a justification, right? In of itself, I am not pleased with oh yeah, I had to select the rapist murderer for my VP because he happens to be popular with Mormons. I get it. You want to appeal to the Mormons in this particular election, but fuck this guy, okay? And I'm going to criticize you for selecting him, as you should be criticized, but I get it. I understand. And you're going to do it regardless of whatever criticisms I'm going to levy because you want those votes.
Wait a
and
minute.
I'm not denying that reality.
Actually, I'll give Corey first. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think you mentioned in your response to me, it's like, well, you should look at the record. Well, why is that important?
I think it demonstrates, I don't know, their industriousness and their, how well in the past they've applied their knowledge to real world scenarios. I know what you're going to do. You're going to cite that study that indicates that like years on the job doesn't necessarily correlate to job performance. But
no, not years on the job. Well, I mean, yeah, sure, you can distill it down, but generally speaking, experience is actually not really the greatest, depending on, there's some jobs that are exceptions, but actually, okay, what we select for, okay, we look for experience for every role, yet actually looking for experience is actually not a good way or a good marker.
Well, I actually took a look at that study that you sent me. The study indicated that experience wasn't as much of a factor as you might think, but it still was an independent factor, right? Experience still is like a measurement of merit. And yes, you should also look at other things, right? I think it'd be fine. Like, for example, IQ, or like the ability to cognitively work through a test. Yes, those could all be things that I would consider meritorious considerations for any kind of candidate. What would not be is like, well, they happen to have red hair and, we want to appeal to the redheads. So sorry.
Okay, but regardless, didn't Jackson also go through like pretty much the vetting process to get onto the Supreme Court anyways?
There is it's a vetting process. It's a political process fundamentally.
Well, everything in politics is a political process.
Everything in politics is a political process, which means that whenever you have a situation in which somebody has more factors being considered than just the merit, that is justification to give rise to skepticism, right? And the same thing with like admissions, right? Now you might say, well, race isn't the only thing that was important when it came to Harvard admissions in 2019. There was other considerations as well. And you'd be right. There were other considerations, but there was an analysis of this. And in 2019, if race was not a factor, 2/3 of Black students would have not gotten in, which means that 2/3 for Black students, and their deciding factor was their race. And if there was no racial considerations, more than twice as there'd have been twice as many Asians that would have gotten in. So half of all the Asians got fucked because, yes, sure, there were other considerations, but it was the race that was the important part.
Sure. But even just going by your guiding principle, so hypothetically, if you're going by the heuristic of best candidate for the job, then shouldn't every single job position go through pretty much like every single person, United States citizen that is currently available?
That's not pragmatic. The amount of resources you have to spend. Okay,
so you do want some sort of cutoff then. You're not looking for the best candidate for the job.
Of course.
Then you're
No. Hold on. Having a pragmatic cutoff because we don't have the resources to interview every citizen is different than nobody is eligible other than a Black woman. It wasn't just that Ketanji Brown Jackson was the one that applied. There were plenty of other applicants.
Yeah, but you still want a cutoff, right? Just as it's not mutually exclusive, as you can have, your DEI.
So the cutoff was one,
and someone can also be meritorious by your criteria as well, and equally qualified, right?
You're right.
You have an arbitrary line. You're not filtering for every single U.S. citizen, and because you're not actually searching for the best candidate for the job. Otherwise, you would be. You're
searching. Hold on, you are searching for the best candidate for the job, but you obviously have to limit your search because the costs of searching. If you search through every U.S. citizen, the costs of that are going to outweigh the value of the position in of itself. I don't deny that, yes, you have to draw a line somewhere, as with all things. If they interviewed 500,000 candidates and then Ketanji Brown Jackson was the one that was the best out of all of them, I wouldn't call that a DEI hire. But there was no other option. It was Black women only. It wasn't like a white man who was better, the job had any chance. Just like in Harvard, it's not like an Asian guy. Really, I mean, statistically, I guess like the best Asian had like a somewhat of a higher chance, maybe, than like the lowest applicant who was black. But when you look at the numbers, like the Asians were fucked, right? Statistically, they were fucked over in the same way that.
I don't disagree.
Great. Well, this is what happened here.
Well, no, but like I said, I don't necessarily prop up DEI in every single instance. But like most people, as sort of like to Prime's point, like point out DEI as a way to like sort of undermine it. Like, well, they must be unqualified. That's not the case. As in, as far as I know, no organization is actually looking for the most qualified candidate of the actual best candidate. Otherwise, they'd be searching for everyone. And so I would align.
Yeah, I understand. I would assert this. I would assume that somebody who is selected because of their race and gender is more likely to be less qualified than any alternative. In the same way, I would also assume, this is also why I don't eat at Hooters, because I assume the food is trash because they got a fucking gimmick. Okay. In the same way, I assume, by the way, that if somebody hires their son or their daughter to work at their company, they're probably not the best worker. And okay,
so you agree that whatever Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, not the best hire.
Probably not. Probably not. And the people who criticize, and the people who criticize people, just like people are criticizing Biden right now and Hunter Biden now, which is fair. People who criticize people for putting their families in positions of power, I think that is a perfectly fine criticism to hold. And I think,
the only Biden thing I don't have a problem with.
No. It is probably
fucking kidding me.
Factoid coming out.
It is probably more likely. Okay, if somebody says, "Oh, I looked at all the candidates and my son happened to be the best choice," I am skeptical. I want you to show me some fucking proof. Show me the test scores. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I'm probably not wrong.
They grew up learning your system their whole life. Of course they're going to be the best. You don't have to train them to think like you.
These motherfuckers are dipshits, Gibbs. They're dipshits. They got a silver spoon in their mouth. They're useless.
I don't want to hear out of you. That's bullshit. Like,
you think these politicians' kids are useful in any meaningful way?
Hold on. Let's just.
They got their last name lottery.
I don't give a shit. Yeah, cool, great, good for them. Let me give you something. Like, you're trying to tell me that there's a difference between 18 years, maybe more, of training, like that they had to endure from the day of their birth. They learned how you think, how you run your business. They learned the ins and outs of the way you do this.
With Gibbs' world.
Hold on, just throw these out here. There's a lot of assumptions being made. Hold on, there are being assumptions being made all over the place here. This is the least of the assumptions. This guy should, in theory, know how you think better than the guy that you take off the street with, "Oh Lordy, this guy's got the best qualifications per se," and then I got to go over here and train this guy for a year and expect him to think like me and do the things I want them to done the way I want them to be. Like,
then show your work. No. Gibbs. Okay, I will argue this. You show your work, right? If you can demonstrate that your kid actually, if you can demonstrate your kid is actually the best at running the job, and you can show me like by actual metrics, I can be convinced. But in the same way, that you hiring your kid, I'm going to assume is nepotistic. If you select somebody, I'm only selecting a black woman, I'm going to assume that's racist. And I'm going to assume that this is not the best candidate because you have made it clear. You have made it clear that other candidates need not apply. In the same way, by the way, if you say only my kid is eligible for this role, Gibbs, let's say I said that. Let's say I said only my child is eligible for the role of CEO. Would you assume that the CEO position then is held by the most qualified candidate? Or
100%.
Gibbs, shut the fuck. No, you know this isn't true.
She's been bred for it.
If someone's saying that, they're pretty confident that they've been bred for it. Yeah.
That's like I argue that. Oh, you think that mule off the street is going to be better than the stallion that I bred?
If you have a successful company, right, and you're like sitting in front of your board and you're like, "Yo, my son is going to be CEO." The assumption I'm hearing is that you're training your son to be CEO.
It's that you want your kid to be powerful because it's your fucking kid. That's my assumption.
Wait, but if your kid flops, which is kind of like what you're going with, if your kid flops, your legacy's fucked. Your kid is gonna be broke and not set up, and your kid
is your legacy. Your kid is your legacy.
Yeah, and if he fucks up, which to your point, you're saying
as opposed to what, working at Walmart? It's the fucking CEO job or bust.
This is a great idea, right? this is the level of thinking that kings and queens have been used throughout the ages. Like clearly,
It's
like
worked
my
for thousands of
child
years.
is clearly the best one, and that's why I'm putting on the. I've already
Hold on.
trained them.
Yeah,
why
and then
somebody-
they're
hold
gonna
on,
ma- they're
hold
gonna
on.
they're
And
gonna
that's
marry
never-
the best
and
queen.
it's
How often do the
never-
kings pick a
and
different
it's
kid?
never
other than the first one?
backfired.
All the
It's
time.
always been a good idea to put in your kid. Like clearly, you've trained them.
Hold
Wait,
up.
and
In,
only
in,
good
in many
things will
societies, if
happen
you
from
could beat
there.
the king, in many societies, if you could beat the king in what the king's role is, you could challenge the king, and if you could beat him,
What? No, that's
Yeah.
not true.
Not
That's
only
not
that,
true.
not only
I
that,
listen.
they
I
don't
watched
expect
Vikings,
the
and that was on History Channel, and
not
I
true.
saw him
Oh my
battle for
God.
Earl. Okay,
There were-
I saw Ragnarok. I saw him. I saw Ragnar. He
were-
said,
there were-
"I'm challenging you for
There were,
Earl." And
hold on,
they
that
fought
happened
Earl.
in some societies. No, it's true. It happened in some societies, but the
Successful
vast majority,
societies, it
once
happened.
these warlords, and they were all warlords at one point in time, right?
Successful
forget
warlords.
forget the fine clothes. They're all warlords and thieves and murderers at some
Yeah.
point in time.
Who overthrew
but,
other kings that got overthrown.
Exactly. So they
Yes.
killed them.
Meritocracy is
Hold
what
on,
we call that.
but it wasn't challenging it to do it better. It was just, hey, I poisoned
better
you, or
according to
I
Back
I
then, that
stabbed
was
you,
better.
And
Back
and
then,
It was
that
better for somebody.
The ethical good was the transcript was, "Can you kill me? Cool, you get to be king." They used the
Okay.
best at the
All
job.
right.
And it was
I'm-
better for
I'm-
that
I'm-
guy that
You
was
gotta be a
king.
good
You know what I'm
warrior.
saying?
Trump-
Trump was criticized.
Military back then. You had to be a really good fighter, and that they had to know that you were gonna like protect everything, that you were gonna be able to teach
For
everybody
most
else.
of history, the king did not need to know how to
Monarchs
fight.
have worked for thousands of years. I don't know why you're bashing monarchs.
No.
Leonidas?
Prime. Hold on. Prime is right on this. Like, it got to the point where the kings were so fucking deformed because of inbreeding that they couldn't even stand up. Okay.
Those are your
See,
European
did they
kings.
get over-
Those are
did
the
they-
European
But
kings.
they-
Hold on, and
but
then
they
those guys got
ruled
overthrown.
James.
No, they didn't. They didn't get overthrown.
In
They
other words,
died.
meritocracy.
Wait,
They
wait,
fucking-
did
they
they
fucking
overthrow-
died.
What happened to the United States? Where's the United States? That we overthrew that king?
No, okay. I was referencing the Habsburgs. Right, and the Habsburgs
They stripped them away of their power. The
I mean,
king
look
is
at
really
Germany,
just,
same thing.
they're just
Look, the Habsburgs, they inbred to like a lot of other royal families, right? Like including the Romanovs, who inbred so much, like they were giving each other fucking hemophilia and shit. But specifically with the Habsburgs, it was getting so bad that like the fucking offspring couldn't stand upright. They couldn't. They were sterile. They couldn't. They had this. They couldn't talk. They couldn't eat. Like, and yet they were still able to hold power because of the thought process.
Well, who
of
was
Europeans
really
in the
holding
Middle
the
Ages.
power? It was the people around him. Come
people
on.
around them. No. The family.
They had ridiculous amounts of power for how minimally competent they were. The king of Austria.
Sounds like a skill
Gibbs is
issue.
making the Joe Biden argument now.
Yeah, it sounds like a skill
Yeah, it's the
issue.
people around
I know.
us.
Gibbs, Iko is right on this. You are literally making
I know I
the
am.
fucking Biden argument here. Like, you have an incompetent, drooling
Yeah.
moron who is
Exactly.
ruling like a major power structure. But hey, who cares? Because he might be puppeted by dark interests
I'm
and
just
forces
saying.
beyond our comprehension.
Maybe it's worked for thousands of years. What could go wrong?
Okay. All right.
Look, I don't
Look,
defend
let's
monarchies.
take minutes to the
Just
bit,
like I don't defend affirmative action. The logic is the same.
friend. Okay. So, so multiple things here. For vice president, what is their job, right? And you, as a lawyer, right, as a lawyer extraordinaire, know the job of the vice president, right?
Yeah, it's important.
They're the Senate leader, right?
Yeah,
Pro
the
temp.
president of the Senate.
Yeah, president of the Senate. And that's it. That's the job.
A tie-breaking vote in the Senate. That's a major task.
Wait. That's it. Now, hold on. Like,
And they become the president if he dies, which in this case Biden might die.
Yeah. But that's like what's been enumerated. Okay. That president of the Senate. Important, yes, indeed, important, right? Important, the thing that they barely ever have to do, right? That they're never there to actually handle. Sure.
And
so
the backup president.
and the backup president, which they barely ever have to do, right? The job that they're being hired for is to get the president elected, right? I think Corey was touching on this, right?
That's a major part.
Yes. And once that job is completed, right? Once the election night was done in 2020, right? 90% of Kamala's job was over. 90% was done,
Well,
right?
not
And
allegedly.
then and
Allegedly.
No. It's like paying for an insurance policy and then saying, "Oh, this was useless because you haven't had to invoke it yet."
I didn't say-
Biden might die this coming fucking term.
I
You know this,
know,
and I
I
know
know.
this. Okay,
I die
and
before
if
the
that happens, she gets the nuclear briefcase.
I agree. But then the other part of my argument is that, and you've heard this argument before, right? This is nothing new to you. Is that we've never actually looked for the very best, right? The very best. It's very rare that's what's happening in most seasons, especially when we're talking about these high executive type positions. It's very rare that this is the thing that's being out scrutinized alone, right? Clearly, there's a bit of competence that goes involved in it, right? And it's involved in the process, except for when they pick Palin, sure. But and I see your hand, Ali. Clearly, there's some competence, but there's so much more to it. There's a bunch of politics that goes into when you're picking a CEO, right? A new CEO. There are politics that goes into that. Like where this person come from? When they come from an industry that's related to ours, do we know them? How can they get past the board? Because the board's going to have to hire them, right? Is the board simply looking at them because well, we've seen your resume and it's fantastic, or it's like, hey, well, they actually have a similar philosophy for running this company like you. We all we want is to cut costs and to raise our stock prices. That's it, right? We're looking for a person who's going to fire, cut as deep as we can to raise the stock price as high as we can, right? Now, is that the best person for the job? Is that the best person for longevity? What even is best at that point, right? Because what are the goals you're trying to accomplish? All these things matter. All these things come into it. So when you're saying like the best person for the job, that's an illusory
You're right.
Metric. Okay.
You're right. What is best is going to be subjective, and if you are racist, getting as many people of a particular race into power could be best. Sure.
That's what I was about to say. The best person for the job is always the person that gets the job done. And
Yeah,
sounds like
the
the
job
vice presidency. Sounds like the vice presidency has always been a DEI hire.
No, you're right. If the job is being black in office, then you're right. Yes,
to some extent, the president is a DEI hire too. It's not like we pick the best person for the job to be even our candidates, much less be the president.
And are you happy with that, Ali?
Are you happy with that? I'm just saying
it's
that's
a
the
bad
system
thing.
that exists. I'm just saying that that's the system that exists. So technically speaking,
It is
I
what it is.
wait. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that Kamala was a DEI hire. They picked the best person for the job to get the job done. She
was black. That was her one qualification.
She was black and she was a woman. Those were the qualifications needed to get.
Okay. That is racist. That is DEI.
Hold on.
I think that's just she had the resume
for the presidency.
Do you think that if they're going to like get a slave for a fucking movie role, do you think they go get a black person for that role and this is racist when they do it? Do you think that's a horribly racist thing that they're doing right there? To say that it's racist just by including race whatsoever is kind of fucking reductive at this point.
Wait,
matters, dude.
Sometimes
it is the thing that they're looking for.
Yeah.
Specifically, by the way, and this is the reason why movie rules have a specific exception in the Civil Rights Act, unless you want to abolish the Civil Rights Act, which in that case, sure, I'm on board with you. The reason why it specifically has an exception for movie roles is because this is probably the only industry in which race can be legally considered, because it is specifically relevant to on-screen performance and the believability and the level of suspension of disbelief that the audience.
There's makeup. The Prince of Persia was white.
Makeup ain't that good, motherfucker. Like, you could do blackface, but it's people are gonna see that and say that's a motherfucker with blackface.
They're gonna look at this because they can get away.
Sure. But you look at people and like if they're wearing blackface, you're gonna say that's a motherfucker in blackface. It has been a long understood exception to the Civil Rights Act specifically to allow actors to be of a specific race because of it's directly married.
Robert Downey Jr. Thunder, whatever that movie was.
It is.
My point.
I'm not judging your point. I keep getting cut off. I'm not judging your point at all.
You've already.
I'm not. The reason why in this particular role it's relevant is because it has to go to the believability of the audience as to whether or not you are this historical figure. Okay, that is not. There is no such consideration when it comes to the Supreme Court of the United States. Can you explain to me, tomfoolery, one reason why your race and gender actually matters to your ability to rule on a case?
Well, the point that I made was for vice president. We're talking about getting the actual president elected. But if you want to talk about somebody on the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court is generally going to be something that you're using to get reelected as well. You're trying to put people in place so you can say, hey, I put people in place that you're going to be happy with. And so because I did this now, you can elect me again. And it's the same thing as a vice president as well. You're trying to
you see where this goes? You see where this goes? Where this goes is now under this theory, which I don't even deny. Like, yes, there's some I understand the logic, which is like ultimately everything is to just get reelected. Well, this justifies putting anybody in power, right? Donald Trump could have put Hitler himself as in the Supreme Court justice place if it would have gotten more votes.
Got elected, so that you don't even need to make that point, buddy.
Oh my God!
Let's go to Aiko.
Tomfoolery.
Let's go to Aiko and Corey. And thank you, my friend Doobie, for being here. Go ahead, Aiko.
It goes where it's been, which is to say, even now to this day, you wouldn't expect a woman to win for the presidency. We all know that to be president, you've got to be a man. It's been that way from okay. How many women presidents have there been?
Bro, I know so many people who voted for Hillary just because she was a woman.
That's not what I said. You have to get a majority. How many times are you going to get a majority of the Electoral College? And you can't. And no woman. That's the Electoral College has never picked a woman. Never. But here's
a better woman could win.
I would even say that in picking candidates for 2028, if you pick the party that picks a woman is going to lose.
Okay, Aiko, let me ask you this. If somebody says, I'm not voting for that candidate because she's a woman, are they a sexist? Or are they just, well, that's okay because it's just a political game, man. They're just voting for who they want to.
Yeah, but you've got it reversed, right? Because, we know there's a lot of people who won't vote for somebody because they're a woman, right? But the real question is, will you appoint a man because you know that you need to win in order to get anything done? And if that's true, if electability is a legitimate reason to appoint somebody, then somebody's identity is sometimes going to be determinant of your electability.
If you say,
and so you're going to have to do it.
Your resume.
I understand. If you say, Aiko, this is my proposition. If you say to the world, I am only going to hire a white man because a white man is what will get me reelected. This reflects not only poorly on you for making this decision, this brazen decision to get elected at the expense of what I think is higher moral good. All right, and sure, you
higher
can
moral
argue
good is to lose,
and you can argue that's necessary or whatever, but be prepared to take criticism for that. But I think that reflects poorly on the country, and I think it's relevant to criticize the country.
Yes, it definitely. Yes, of course.
Where there are specific people who won't vote for the best candidate specifically because they're a woman, just like. The fact that Biden even has a reasonable, just because Biden has a reasonable belief, and that's another consideration too. But just because Biden believes reasonably that it will get him votes by selecting just a black woman and selecting a black woman as the Supreme Court justice, that reflects poorly on the left of this country. That they are such rabid identity politics ideologues that they can't get over the fact that maybe you should be selecting these candidates.
Well, you just agreed earlier that both parties do this.
So, no. Specifically when it comes to if we're talking about the women, you can criticize the right for also being a little bit less rabid, I guess, because they seem to be less about this DEI shit.
No, I'd say the left was a little bit less rabid, right? Because they occasionally do put a woman. But the right never will, never does.
Whoa. Hold on, real quick. They put up Sarah Palin, first of all. Second of all,
not for president,
but for vice president, just like Biden selected a black woman as his vice president.
Yeah, but you just said that it was a terrible choice.
No, I just said. Well, just like I think that if he picked Sarah Palin because she was a woman, that would have also been a terrible choice, and he should have also been criticized for that. What I'm saying is that
wasn't the reason she was the terrible choice.
Well, sure, you can say that's not the reason. But what I'm saying is it's reflective of, I think, the bigotry, honestly, of this country, where if you were saying, oh, I had to select this
Yes, we're
person because
bigoted
they're
against women. Yeah, I
because
agree.
of their immutable characteristics, because I need to appeal to the bigots of this fucking country,
I
because
love that
the black people aren't going to vote
is
for me unless I get a
acknowledging
black
racism.
person on this
I
fucking
love
candidate.
that lag towards acknowledging racism because it usually like pulling teeth with him to get him to do so. So this is a fantastic.
No, it's racism one way. It's racism one way.
This is
It-
no. I've already
If I said
He acknowledges racism when it's one way.
it is racism one way.
I've already bitten your bullet. Acknowledge that it's racist. I've already done that for you.
No, you haven't.
I've done that for you.
I gotta say one thing. Please, it's racism one way, because if I was to make a statement that might statistically be true, even though it's fucked up, like I'm only going to hire white candidates because they're less likely to commit a crime, and I don't want crimes in my workplace.
Wait.
Even though arguably I can make that argument, like we would all say that's pretty fucked up. Just like if you were to say, well, I got to select a black woman because I got to get elected. Sure, that might be right, but
there
fuck
have
you
been
for doing
46
that.
presidents.
I'm only going to hire family
We're
members.
gonna go to
What percentage of
Say
them have
one
been
thing,
anything
one
else?
question.
Anything
Hold
other than
on. We got to go in order. Corey, Ali, right? And then Doopy, I'm sure has something to say. I have something to say to Lactoid as well, but like, yeah, Corey.
I'll try, and I should be brief. So yeah, Lactoid. So it was brought up earlier of like, the two presidential candidates now, okay? And like, are you satisfied with that outcome in terms of like what's currently, propped up?
No, I'm not satisfied with this fucking outcome.
Okay, and so what do you So what do you think, okay, in terms of like, well, these are what have been propped up, these would have been elected for. Okay,
I'll tell you. The solution is voting tests. We've got to remove these people from the voting pool.
Sure, but what do you think? Okay, they're selecting for multiple things, but let's say Joe Biden, okay, 4 years ago, what do you think he put on the table? Is like, oh, this is why you should vote for me.
Who?
Joe Biden 4 years ago. What did he argue for as the reason he should be voted for? In terms of, let's say, would it be fair to say that he's an experienced politician?
There is, yeah, for sure.
Okay, and do you think that in most people's minds that's an argument in favor of voting for him or not?
That's a debatable question right there.
No, I think that's reasonable. I think that if a voter was to look at his the fact that he's been in had this much experience, and were to say, oh, I value that level of experience, that would be a reasonable statement. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
other people would say the opposite.
I think that proves my larger point in terms of like what most people select for, like in their mind. Well, their experience, therefore they must be good at it. Doesn't actually hold out to be true. Not that I'm saying Joe Biden is like awful or whatnot. Definitely large room for improvement. But like, yeah. Generally speaking, on average, okay, like you're always trying to make at least you appear to me to be making the argument of like, well, it should be based on merit and best candidate. But generally speaking, on average, even you yourself are probably bad at selecting for the things that you want to select for. Just as most people, they go by the marker of like, well, their experience. Joe Biden's been in whatever politics for whatever decades, 5-6 decades. Therefore, he must be a good politician. That actually doesn't actually hold up to be true. And also, I'll bring up to the fact as like,
can I address? So it's
Sure.
not necessarily about people being the best judges of whether or not somebody is the most meritorious, because I agree with you that like it can be difficult sometimes. It's that they're fucking trying, right? It's like, oh, here is something that has to do with merit. I'm evaluating this at whatever like bonus points to election here. Like voila, that's why I'm calculating that I should vote for them. In the same way that if Biden, like currently Biden's rapid decline mentally, in which his brain is leaking out his fucking ears, people are looking at that and saying, wow, he's really not that competent. I really don't want to vote for him. That's reasonable too, right? They're making an evaluation about what they think is like meritorious categories. And they are right. These are meritorious categories.
No, they're not meritorious.
Hold on. Brain capacity?
Well, we could talk about that. Like if you want to have that nuanced conversation.
I will. Not being able to finish a sentence is unbehooving of the fucking head of state.
You want to argue that he cannot finish a sentence at all whatsoever? Are you making that?
No. I'm saying not being able to finish sentences, and what I mean by that is not being able to finish sentences on a rate that is significantly high enough that is unbehooving of the head of state. This is somebody who leads our fucking country, and he goes on a debate with Trump, and he gets lost multiple times, and he gets fucking thrashed.
Okay, this is
Absolutely.
DEI
No, no.
bullcrap.
Wait,
here.
wait,
We gotta
No,
restart.
this is
We
DEI
got.
bullcrap
We
here.
got. Hold
You
on.
don't
We
have
Because
to be able to
somebody's
talk,
fucking
though.
stupid.
You
We
need
gotta-
to be able to think and lead a
we gotta-
country. You don't
He
need to
can't
be able to
think.
say a bunch of
He
really
got
cool words,
lost.
bro.
Hey,
You think that was just his words?
Hey,
Yo,
hey,
it was
hey,
just
hey.
his stutter. It
We
was just
got-
his
we gotta-
stutter.
we
Fucking
gotta order.
coke.
We got
It
to
was
order. We
12
got to
days
order.
of cold.
We have an order. We're gonna stick to it because I'm gonna move this along. So Corey can finish. Ali, Doobie, Tom.
Okay, I'll try to wrap it up quickly. So yeah, totally, there are major gaps, okay, and serious issues with Biden's debate performance. But let's say, okay, did he at least demonstrate some semblance of ability to recall information? As in, if you're putting in just actual ability to put out somewhat accurate information, if you're comparing Trump with Biden, okay, did Trump say anything that's actually true or actually tracks with anything in terms of like answering a question, or did he just go to the
Yes,
same
he did.
point?
No.
He-
Hold on. We can go through like point by point. He absolutely did. There was
For
absolutely
example, what
Yeah,
stat did Trump allude to? At any number, actually.
We can, listen to me. We can bring up the fucking transcript and we can go through it. And there, I have already done this. And I, right now, as I said, I could probably, if you hold on, if you give me a second, I can probably bring up the transcript and I can tell you specifically, oh, he answered this question, he answered that question, whatever. There were times that like he got, he did ramble and he had to like be re-asked the question and then he did answer it. That absolutely happened.
It's not what I asked about stats in terms of accurate information.
Yes. I understand. You're gonna say he lied. There are things that he exaggerated in the same way that Biden lied. I understand. You're gonna say that both of them lied. And if you want me here to defend Trump as like the best candidate, I've already said that he's not. What I'm saying is that when you look at Trump's lies and you say, oh, look, he lies, therefore I don't want to vote for him, you are making a meritorious calculation. And that's fine, Corey. I'm not criticizing you for saying, oh, I don't want to vote for somebody who I think lies too much. If that's your argument, that's a very fair argument. And I'm not going to say that you're bigoted. But if you say, I'm going to vote for Trump because he's white, then maybe you are bigoted. Or if you're going to vote for Biden because he puts the most black people in power, then maybe you are bigoted. And just in the same way that it's perfectly meritorious to judge Trump on things that he says that might be exaggeration or lies, I think it's also equally valid to judge Biden on his lies and the fact that he like got lost multiple times during that debate, like especially during the abortion question when he brought up illegal immigration for some fucking reason.
Yeah,
and absolutely. Yes, and those are all meritorious. That's categories of merit that are fine to attack.
Okay, yeah, he totally got lost and rabbled, but did he demonstrate, let's say, a complete inability to recall any fact whatsoever? Would you say everything he said was inaccurate, has no basis in reality whatsoever?
I would not say that everything he said was inaccurate. Of course not.
Okay, so he demonstrated some ability, loose ability to
not enough to be behooving of the head of state.
No, I agree with you. But let's say, I don't know for sure, but and this might actually be a point against him. But who, okay, if you were to put your place your bet, who do you think actually, invested time to prepare for the debate and actually try to like get in information in their brain during the debate?
Hold on. If Biden spent more time preparing, this counts against him.
I just prefaced.
You're right. Yeah. You're right. Because this demonstrates an even lower amount of capability that you're going to spend time preparing, and you still fucking flub it that fucking hard.
I agree with you. I there's a point to that, but assuming some of the talking points that he was actually prepped for, he was trying to spit out during the debate. He demonstrated. Yeah, but. He still said some factual things, as in he can assimilate information, recall it very loosely, and actually spit it out, as opposed to, I think it's fair to say, I don't know for sure, that Trump prepared not at all, and just like on the fly, just went through his same talking points. And actually, just to wrap up, and this speaks to the larger point of like people being bad selectors, especially when it comes to leadership, You should all Google the Babel effect, where pretty much what generally people select for is just if you can speak a lot and spew a bunch of stuff out, people will elect you as leaders. And that's what Trump does.
Fabian Liberty Scott for president. Okay, let's go to
I just want to be very clear here. Like there were plenty. You can point to instances in which both candidates lied. Now, I think Trump's lies are much more in the realm of exaggeration, where he'll say like this is the best, or that's
Wait,
the
so
best,
you
or
agree-
He'll lie.
hold
He lied to me.
on.
You can finish.
I can give you specific examples, like the Charlottesville thing. That's a complete lie, and Biden brought it up during the debate and hammered Trump with it. And Trump said, "No, that's not true. You were just recently proven wrong by Snopes." And that's correct. You can go to Snopes right now. That whole he praised the Nazis. That lie, that fucking lie that has been peddled by the left for 4 years now is a fucking lie. The lie that Biden is not mentally declining has been peddled by the left for how fucking long? Trump cutting Social Security. He never said that. He specifically said the opposite. That was also fact checked by CNN. And he lied on that as well.
I gotta move on. So let's get to Ali, right? Doobie and
I really got to pee up your back.
Okay.
I was gonna ask.
He's listening though, but
I'm listening. Go ahead.
It'll be quick.
It's not working toilet.
Wait, so you're against DI. How do you feel about pandering? So like when Hillary Clinton was like, "I keep hot sauce in my bag," or like when Joe Biden says like the black community will vote for me, like that's also like morally corrupt and bigoted and so on and so forth.
Yeah. Look, if somebody, it's revolting. If somebody patterns.
Yeah.
If someone panders like the fucking hot sauce bullshit.
Yeah.
Did we all not cringe?
Yeah,
Did we all not cringe at that fucking bullshit?
So
Do you not keep hot
how do you
sauce?
square?
Like,
How do you
like,
square
all-
that away?
I do, but I'm not trying to appeal. I'm not going on TV and saying, if you don't vote for me, you're
How
not
do you
black.
square
Okay.
that?
Why
How
are
do
you
square that with
pandering?
your FUBU jacket that you try to pander to Prime's audience and the black community
That's
online?
not pandering. That's not pandering. That's
it's
showing
not?
that's showing them that they don't control me.
it's-
Okay,
it
that's what
shows
that is.
solidarity.
It is the flag. It is the flag of independence. It's me saying that I can wear the black clothing. You can't stop me, despite the fact that I'm white. That's why I wear FUBU, and that's why I will continue to wear FUBU until the day I
picked a
die.
very specific brand. You picked For Us, By Us. You didn't pick Sean John. You didn't wear Rockaware. You went to FUBU. For Us, By Us.
I will not be told what to wear.
Specifically wearing it on Prime's panels, knowing damn well that you want to be on all black everything. And this is a surefire
One day.
ticket.
One day.
I'm wearing FUBU too.
Ali, I have black friends,
clothes.
okay, and I will.
go. And I'm one of them. Go to the bathroom.
You can go to the bathroom. I was just fucking with you.
Doobie, please.
So I hope that we can all agree that Biden and Trump are like disastrous candidates, right? I hope.
Yes.
Like I can't think of a better, like a lot of people are talking about like Biden's stuttering and stumbling and his fucking brain rot during that debate. But I think that the best illustration of the awful, disgusting state of our politics was that moment where the two of them, two mentally declining old white men who were so disconnected from the struggles of the average American, they decided that they would waste time during the presidential debate to talk about fucking golf.
Don't say it.
Fucking golf.
Oh, here we
Like,
go.
that was fucking disgusting, right? So I think there's no better illustration of the issue with our politics than that. That was fucking terrible, and I can't believe that more people aren't talking about that and calling them out for that.
No, that's
so
not
I
even
think-
that bad, dude.
Yeah,
You
no,
never
it is
pushed.
bad. It is bad.
You never
Don't
pushed
cope
like
at me. Don't cope at me. It is
No,
fucking bad. It is
it's
fucking
not
bad.
that
I'm
bad.
sorry. I'm sorry.
And
Maybe you're
bragging about
disconnected
their
too.
abilities in
Maybe you're
sports.
disconnected
I
too.
don't
It is fucking bad. Okay, people are struggling to pay their fucking bills. Can't get a house. Can't pay for fucking gas. Struggling to get food, and they're fucking talking about golf. Fuck them. That's fucking disgusting. So I think that what we need right now is a wake up call. And I was really struggling with this earlier as I was thinking this over. But there's a lot of talk about Kamala potentially replacing Biden as a candidate because Biden is fucked and he's stubbornly holding on to this, which is just another illustration of his fucking ego that he can't just admit that he's fucked and back away for the better of the country. He wants to drag it out like some fucking crazy person. So if Kamala does replace him, and I hope she does, I think it makes sense to vote for her. I think that she could be the wake-up call that the country needs. Right? She's the daughter of an Indian and Jamaican immigrants who struggled in their countries, made something of themselves there, then came here and struggled here and continue to make them something of themselves. They literally lived out the American dream, right? I think that her, and I know that Lack is really upset about the identity thing.
I am very upset about this thing. What you just said, I'm very upset about this.
Listen. But I think that it's important to acknowledge her identity, to acknowledge that her diversity as a Black Asian American woman, she sort of embodies the diversity and evolving demographics of the United States. Right? She could be a powerful symbol of like unity not just racial unity, but yes, racial unity, right, within our country, not just for Americans, but to the rest of the world. That's so that, hey, yeah, there's that saying, "E pluribus unum," out of many one. A lot of people take that to mean out of many colonies, one nation. I've always thought of that as out of many peoples, one people, right? And she's a great illustration of that, right? These two peoples from opposite sides of the planet came together in the United States, made it happen, and they made a child who's now potentially going to be the president of the United States. There's no better story than that. So I think that selecting her as president, not only would she serve as a symbol of unity for the country in that way, but I think that her presidency would inspire underrepresented communities. I think she'd break racial and gender barriers. I think that her perspective, as somebody who did grow up, I think, wasn't there a big story a long time ago about
Stop trolling.
No, I'm not trolling. About Biden actually voting against busing, right? That she benefited from as a young student here in California, right? So I think she is actually the next logical step, right? If what we have is Trump versus Kamala, it makes no sense to go to Trump. Trump is a fucking disaster. So I think that we need to I think there is something here that we can say, right? We can.
Incidentally, they later asked her about that, if she would bring busing back if she were president, and she said no.
Yeah, she said no. Yeah, she was a coward. She's a fucking coward.
She also, as Tulsi Gabbard pointed out, she arrested how many people? How many people did she prosecute?
Arresting people for crimes doesn't make you
weed. It's just weed.
Which was illegal.
And then she smoked weed. She smoked the weed.
Okay, Lactoid, you're a fucking lawyer. You should want her to be enforcing the law, even if you disagree with the law.
I don't want her breaking the law.
The law was that weed was illegal, so you arrest people for it. That's what she did.
No. That's a bullshit law.
That's a good appeal to Republicans. I'm sure she personally disagreed with the law, but because it was a law, because she's a law and order candidate, she was able to.
Hold on. You can't throw people in prison for doing something that you do and not be a hypocrite.
You absolutely can.
And not be a hypocrite, That's a little bit hypocritical, isn't it? Isn't it a little bit hypocritical?
It's hypocritical.
That's actually ridiculous. So first off, do you agree that she is somebody who, as a what was she, an attorney, or she was an attorney. She
was a DA. Whoa! She was a DA. She had discretion.
So as a DA, she was able to, as DAs are meant to, put her personal feelings about this aside and be like, hey, this is what the people want. This is the law. So I'm going to enforce the law as written, which is exactly what you should want from a candidate.
You're going to give me a stroke. You're going to give me a stroke. The DA, the DA,
smoking a doobie and then going in there and arresting the people.
Yes, the DA's.
What do you mean?
The law was that leaders.
Whoa, you're gay. Jesus Christ.
She didn't prosecute and choosing what laws she can enforce.
Because she's not a law and order candidate, because she chose
hold on. You get to pick and choose what laws you're going to enforce when you're the DA. If she was just a prosecutor where she had to listen to the DA telling her what crimes to prosecute, I actually would not hold it against her, which is why. No, hold on. I would not, because at that point it's not her job, right? Her job is not to choose which cases to take. But she was the DA. The DA has the discretion, right? Discretionary authority is one of the powers granted to police and the DA. She could have, within her authority, without legal consequence, said, we're not going to prosecute the people charged with nonviolent weed offenses. But she chose to do it while smoking weed. This is incredibly hypocritical. It's sort of Kafka-esque, right? Where the enforcers are doing the thing that they're enforcing against you. This is the ultimate us versus them mentality, where when we do it, it's okay, but when you do it, we're going to throw you in a cage and deprive you of your fundamental human rights.
Okay, hold on, you're lying. She was in college and she smoked weed. Yeah. She wasn't a DA smoking weed.
That's
not true.
No, we don't know.
That's not true.
Once you start smoking, you don't stop.
Tulsi Gabbard threw her under the fucking bus on that. She was smoking weed while she was in DA.
Not while she was in DA. While she was in college, and she admitted to it. She admitted that she did a bad thing in college. Okay?
Well, then she shouldn't have admitted to it.
She grew the fuck up and became a DA. She did what she
had
to do.
So
rather than just dismiss the democratic will of the people who voted for the people who put these laws into effect, she said, "Hey, this is the law. This is what the people
Yeah,
want.
yeah, yeah. So
this
yeah.
is
So
what
you're
law and order Canada would
yeah,
do.
yeah. Okay.
You as a Republican should want this.
I'm
Okay,
not
you
a
should want
Republican.
somebody to do
I'm not a
You're
Republican.
going to vote for Trump.
I'm not a Republican. So just to be clear, you're saying
You
that
guys are Republican.
you're saying that it's perfectly fine for somebody to do something that they and then later enforce a rule against that thing they did, that if they had been caught, they never would have been able to even occupy the position of DA to begin with.
Yeah. What's the issue with that?
It's fucked up.
Hold on.
Against all odds.
Hold on. Do you expect that these people are like fucking robots? Like they never make mistakes in their lives?
Okay. Toby. Let me ask you this. Okay. Let's look at. Would there be anything hypocritical? Would there be anything hypocritical? Would there be? Okay, I understand. Yeah, they're fucked up human beings.
And electing somebody like that who understands what it's like to live to be in these environments and make those mistakes.
Yeah, they understand what it's like to get high as fuck. Because that's what she did, motherfucker. She got high as fuck. Let me ask you this: do you think it'd be reasonable for somebody to rape a bunch of people and then afterwards, like, it wouldn't be any hypocritical at all to go like throw people in prison for rape?
There's a spectrum to this, right? So just like the spectrum that you're on right now, there's a spectrum.
The spectrum goes both ways.
There's a spectrum to the damage
I've
done when
been
somebody's doing a
tested,
bad thing.
Doobie. Okay.
So obviously, raping somebody is worse than smoking weed in college. Obviously.
Listen to me. In the same way that, like, you could say, well, there's a spectrum to this. So if somebody rapes before they become the DA, like, rape is bad enough that, like, you know, whatever. Like, I understand why.
Do you
they're
think
gonna,
we should
they're
never
gonna,
be able to
hold on.
Any kind of like traffic violation?
Hold on. Well, if they got punished for the traffic violation, I'm fine with that. But when we're talking specifically about, like, rape, for example, if we had somebody who committed rape and then, like, enforce rules against rape, you can say, well, that's at a spectrum where, like, the enforcement of the crime is more important in this case than, like, the level of consistency or avoiding hypocrisy. I get that, right? But when it comes to weed, which, first of all, isn't even justified to enforce in the first place, right? The biggest crime with the war on drugs is enforcing laws against weed. And she had the opportunity to not enforce it or to enforce it more laxly than she did. And she failed to take that opportunity. But it adds insult to injury knowing that she's laughing about throwing people in a cage while she's also laughing about doing the exact same thing that she was throwing people in the cage for.
In college, and I'm sure if you asked her, she would say, hey, if I were caught in college, I should face penalties for it. But I wasn't caught.
Oh, so morality depends on if you get caught?
Yeah, hold on. We're not talking about morality here. We're talking about the law.
We are talking about morality. I'm denigrating her moral character.
Hold on. I don't think it's immoral to smoke weed. I don't think she thinks it's immoral to smoke weed. So
then why do we put people in cages for it? Why should we put people in cages for it then?
What I'm saying is that a good way to like a good indication of her morality, right? So hey, when she was in office, when she had the ability to dismiss the will of the voters and enforce rules in the way that she wanted, and just say, hey, yeah, I like weed, so fuck it, I'm not gonna punish these people for smoking weed. She did what the voters wanted her to do because she's not a fucking tyrant, right? She did the right thing.
She was elected by the voters to make the moral decisions. Do you think that I am wrong? Do you think? Well, first of all, you don't know that. Second of all, do you think
referendums on it before it passed?
Do you think that it is like that I'm wrong to be morally judging somebody here for throwing people in a cage for engaging in a activity that is not morally wrong? The Nazis did shit, but hey, the people there voted for them.
No, no, I don't think so at all. So do you think speeding is more immoral?
I think speeding is like on the line of it, depending on like how you're doing it. I do think that people who
depends on if it's a motorcycle.
I think that people who flagrantly
motorcycle should be illegal.
I think that if you had somebody who's like flagrantly violating speeding laws and then later became like a super anti-speeding candidate, they would be right to criticize them for.
That's not what I was going to ask you. I was going to ask you. So if you had somebody who would like, if they had like an open road, no cars around, they would go up to 120 miles an hour, and they got caught a bunch of times. They kept doing this, and eventually, because they kept doing it, right? They were put in jail. Do you think that would be wrong to put this person in jail because they're not hurting anybody because of what they're doing?
Well, no, they're putting other people at risk.
No, they're not. I just said that there's nobody else on the road. They would still get penalized for this, right? If they just like long ass road in the middle of America, no other cars around, they would still get pulled over by cops.
No, wait, this is fair. Hold on, real quick. If the particular circumstances of the road, like I looked it over, And I was like, sure, like there's no way like this actually could have increased risk. The problem is like on the road, circumstances can change very quickly. There can be a turn, people can merge, like there's all sorts of things that can happen. But if what you're saying is, yes, it's like one of those fucking roads in North Dakota where there was nobody on the fucking road and they happened to gun it at 150, no, I wouldn't think that'd be immoral.
Even if they did it fucking 20 times?
Yeah,
you
yeah.
Put them in a cage?
Nope. Oh,
you're lying. I'm sorry.
I would not. I'm telling you, I would not. Just like I would not put them in a cage for smoking weed. I would not put them in a cage for smoking crack and fucking hookers like Hunter Biden. I have been saying on Twitter for weeks now that Hunter Biden should not have been convicted for what he was. For what he got convicted.
Why is morality?
Why is morality important to me? Because I think the law should reflect morality. Because I'm not a fucking authoritarian, Kafka-esque, like 1984 nightmare dweller where I want like the state. Where I want the state.
I mean, laws are just the vehicle through which we like improve social standards.
Democracy
says, hey, you can't walk around with your dick out even if you're not hurting anybody. You don't get
when democracy does something immoral. When democracy does something immoral, and you all agree with this to some extent, like if it's slavery or the Holocaust, when democracy does something immoral, yes, it's fucking immoral. Doesn't matter that like. I think that if you walk around children and like expose them, well, because I've based on the research that I've been looking into, like exposing children to sexual material at a young age.
Sexual material. I'm just talking about like a naked body, a naked human
body.
The
the problem is the line between like a naked body and like sexuality becomes a little bit blurred. And like yes, in situations in which like there is a risk of sexualizing young children, which I think walking around naked could pose, then I would be in favor of punishing people. Yes, could. But yes, you're right. But if you were to grant me a situation like, let's say there was a bar where there was no children, then I'd be fine with people walking around naked. Or if it was a beach with no children.
I'm at the park? It's just really fucking hot. I'm at the park. I just want to take off my pants, take off my underwear,
this with Lactoid
my shirt, sit on the bench.
There's a risk. I think there's a risk of sexualizing children.
How?
Because they're saying your sex organs.
So what?
That's what you fuck with, brother. Like that's sex.
Some people fuck with their fingers. We had our hands from children.
No, what about lesbians? You lock up lesbians everywhere because their fingers.
That's for a different reason, okay? But like the sexual, like fingers are not sexual organs in the same way that sex organs are.
Mouths.
And I agree with you that there is a level of qualitative analysis here.
Do you think there's an argument for lesbians cannot expose their tongues to children?
The Supreme Court has already acknowledged this. There is a level of qualitative analysis that comes with identifying what is pornography and what's not, what appeals to a prurient interest and what doesn't. And I would use my best I would use my best judgment to determine whether or not like any particular person's conduct was too sexual for the children surrounding them. And then I would make that moral judgment. In the same way I'm making that same moral judgment when it comes to you can maybe come up with some scenario that like if I analyze all the facts involved, I might come to one conclusion or the other. But what I'm saying is that's going to be a moral decision that I'm going to make. Ultimately, I think all laws should be backed by some level of morality, because laws that are not backed by morality, if we say something needs to be illegal, but not because I can identify anything wrong, this is the basis for totalitarian authoritarianism. This is the basis for 1984 bullshit in which we're throwing people in a cage for possessing a plant material. You know, these are dumb social standards enforced by low IQ idiots that shouldn't even have the right to vote. So they shouldn't have the right to vote. They should be like kicked out of this country.
You're like rambling about authoritarianism, and you want people to have the right to vote. Like, what are you talking about?
Authoritarians shouldn't vote, motherfucker. Like the Hitler, the Nazis got into power because of voting.
Sanders shouldn't vote, but you should, of course.
Of course, because I'm better than them. Because these fucking animals, they want to throw people in a cage for smoking weed. These animals, these fucking. I'm gonna say shit that's gonna give me TOS. Okay,
then don't. All right, let's go to Tom.
Well, I was gonna
Ali. Tom and Ali, because Tom was waiting.
Sorry,
yeah. Okay, Ali then.
I was just listening and enjoying.
So I was gonna ask. So like, hypocrites shouldn't enforce law. So if people were, because I would imagine that a bunch of DAs were probably drinking and driving, and maybe underage drinking, especially in their times in college, right? That would be my assumption. So, and then they might not admit it, like Kamala admitted smoking weed. But so should those people be able? You don't think they should enforce the laws against drinking and driving if they were drinking and driving before?
Drunk driving should be.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that you have a moral duty to refuse an immoral order, right? We decided this at the Nuremberg trials. And if you say, like, if Kamala Harris were to come out and have a different tone, if she was to say, yes, I smoked weed and it was so wrong of me and I'm such a bad person and I'm so sorry, but that's not what she did. She laughed about it. She laughed about it and bragged about it while she threw people, while she had a history, I guess, just to satisfy Doobie's criticism here, of throwing people in a cage for doing this. That's the fucked up part. That's the hypocrisy, right? Where she has this double standard where when she does it, it's a joke. But when other people do it, they deserve punishment and they deserve to have their lives ruined by this punitive bullshit system that we've been running since Nixon. Fuck these people.
That isn't her decision, right? She got voted into being, you get voted into becoming DA, you get appointed, whatever the fuck it may be. But then she has to enforce the laws, and otherwise,
no, she doesn't. The DAs have discretion. So this is important. This is like this. I don't blame you for not, like, this is like a thing that we learn in law school. Yeah. So DAs and cops, they have discretion, right? You can choose to enforce some laws, and you can choose to not enforce other laws. DAs could, at their discretion, for example, there has been multiple jurisdictions in the United States where DAs have said, I am not going to enforce weed laws. And when that happens, there are no longer weed laws enforced because the DA has discretion on which cases they choose to bring. So you have somebody who laughed and bragged about smoking marijuana, then intentionally choose to throw people in cages over it. That's disgusting.
Okay,
that makes a little bit more sense.
I see your hand there. I just want to get some things out. I have a moment here. Multiple things. First of all, sub to the channel. Just do that. That'd be great. Support this channel if you like what we're up to, like this conversation so far. If you're out there in YouTube land, consider give us a super chat. We'll answer your super chats. If we keep a track. I've been looking at the thing to keep track. There's so far been no super chats. Let's change that. So super chats will answer your super chat, whatever it is. We'll read it out. We'll talk about it. Consider subbing to the channel if you are on Twitch. This is a brand new month, and we could really use the help. So consider doing that. Sub to the channel, get bits or give subs. Support this community so we can keep doing all these, having all these great conversations. And this is a funnier one than I expected. I'm really enjoying it. But if you like me be able to bring all these people together for you, if you like showing up here, week after week, sort of supporting us, using your Amazon Prime, just Prime Gaming here. If you haven't used that somewhere else, please consider using it here. It's free for you, but it does a lot for us. And you can also gift memberships on YouTube. So if you're out there on YouTube land, hello, hi, thanks for being a YouTube audience, and support us if you can. We really appreciate it. Okay, back to this, right? Doobie, I see your hand, so I'll add that in there as well. So multiple things. All right, I've got a few questions here for Lactoid. Lactoid, what if would it change your mind if Kamala Harris? I don't know this for sure, right? So I'm just asking hypothetical. If the election that put Kamala Harris, and I'm pretty sure it's an elected position there in California, as DA, right? Was a tough on crime election, right? She ran as a tough on crime DA. There was a tough on crime sentiment, and then they put a tough on crime DA into office, right? Would it be, but it's specifically drug crime, right? Would it be wrong for her to not then enforce the drug laws after that?
I think there might be some level of hypocrisy if you're running as like a tough on crime candidate when your history was to like betray that. It would be kind of similar. Like, do we all agree that it's somewhat hypocritical? Like when you have those politicians, like in Hungary, for example, that one like anti-gay politician that was found like fucking a bunch of men at that one bathhouse. Like that's kind of weird, right? Like we would agree that someone hit this. There's a level of hypocrisy there where you're going to like push for anti-gay legislation while fucking other men.
But the voters demanded a DA like a.
Yeah, well, the voters should elect somebody else then. Nobody has a right to be an elected official.
The voters never have complete information, right?
Well, I understand because she lied to them.
Oh yeah, okay, but what if she even admitted it, right? She's like, oh, actually, I did do that in the past, but I've learned my lesson, right? As a former druggie, right? I learned my lesson, and now I'm on the straight and narrow, and I want to crush these other people before they make the same mistakes that I did.
Look, if that was the case, if you had like a situation where somebody was like truly like sorry and like they said they would never do it again, I mean, like, there's still a part of me that's like bothered by the fact that, like, well, if you had happened to get caught, like, you wouldn't have even been in the position to run. So that's kind of fucked up that you want to put other people in the position where they can't run by being in this position.
I agree with you on all
There's
that.
part of me that there's a part of me that like fucks with me, but I think it's probably like less bad. But I don't think Kamala Harris did this. In fact, I just looked it up on Wikipedia. She prosecuted marijuana crimes more vigorously than her predecessor.
I agree. She's a fucking cop, and I call her cop model all the time. So to be clear, like I'm close to your end of this. Okay, so I two other things. All right, one other is a bit of a meme, but because Doobie brought it up, now I can't help myself. All right, so we're talking about victimless crimes. All right, so what if you have like a group of guys, and you know. They're you know, well-spirited lads, right? And something they just like to do, right, is like rub their dicks on children's playground swings, right? They just like and he leaves immediately. But like that's the thing, right? Like their playground equipment. They just like to touch it, right? With their penis. Now they do this at night. There are no kids around, right? And in fact, they're tested. They test themselves, right? They don't want to spread any like STDs somehow, right? And they just like jerk off on the equipment, but they wipe it down, and there is literally no disease transmission, no way the kids will ever know, right? This is just a thing they like to do. They like to jerk off on the swings, right? Would would you prosecute that? The victim is crime.
It's someone jerks off in the forest. It's a
Wait, are you talking to me or Doobie?
Yeah, I'm sorry. No, Lacto. I'm talking to you.
Oh, you said Doobie. I am so sorry. I was looking at chat. Repeat it one more time. I've had half a bottle of wine. Just explain to me.
Detail as well.
Oh,
what about jerking off on a playground or something?
Yeah. Lactoid jerking off. No, a group of guys jerking off on a playground. They like to jerk off on like playground equipment, right? They take STD tests. They're completely clean. They wipe off the remains completely, right? You don't even bleach it every night. But they do it at a time where no one is around. And they just like, it's a public playground. But like there will be children there in the next few hours on those slides and on those swings.
And they bleach it? They bleach it?
And they bleach it.
Yeah, what's the problem?
Okay, I just want that's it. I want to.
Well, hold on. No, I'm asking you, Prime. Like, what do you think the problem is?
No, I think it's a victimless crime as well. Victimless. Yeah. So I don't know. I'm just curious. What would that be? So I see your hand. So
no. To be clear, like, the level of risk here to children is high enough that like we would investigate this and in any realistic scenario throw people in jail over this activity. But like in the perfect scenario that you craft where like they have mitigated all risks to children, I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, I'll play along with the hypothetical, but
Okay.
in reality, people who jerk off on children's slides are posing a risk to children.
In reality, how are they posing a risk to children?
Because they're not like bleaching all the fucking jizz.
Oh, okay. Because you're saying they're not bleaching it. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, and sometimes a child might arrive at night, right? You don't know.
Well, and
That's
we're
fair.
also not going to like pre-test people to find out if they actually are tested and clean. Before
Exactly.
Well, maybe we should have a
allowed to
regime
rub
of
their
that.
genitals all over kids' fucking playgrounds.
Maybe we should have a testing regime for this, right? And so like give them a legal avenue.
Have a guy who stands in front of kids' playgrounds and test you before you rub your genitals. On the
Yeah,
swings.
yeah, And now that we have a legal avenue, then we can keep it safe, and then anyone else outside of that, then we criminalize them, right? Yeah, just a thing you could do.
By the way, if I found out that Hunter Biden was doing this instead of fucking Bo's wife,
Less
egregious.
Less egregious.
Less egregious.
There's nothing wrong with him fucking Bo's wife. That's totally.
Your worst take so far. Now I know that you're trolling me. Okay.
What's wrong? Okay, explain what's wrong with that.
He's looking down from heaven on his brother, fucking jamming it up her ass, and she has their wedding ring on that he saved up to buy.
You sound so jealous.
He's defiling her. She was his.
Okay,
she was.
Okay, you're speaking as if like the brother owns her or something, right? Yeah.
It's a marriage. They own each other.
Marriage is over.
But I'm assuming he loves her. I'm assuming he loves his brother. He wants them both to be happy. So if they're able to make each other happy, what's the problem?
No. They own each. This is not. Hold on. This is actually not a sexist thing. I think they both own each other. That's how marriage works, right?
Even after ever move on after
till death do us part.
No. Okay, maybe you heathens believe that, iCow. But coming from the Eastern background, the true background, like when you go to heaven, you're going to look down, like you're going to meet your loved ones in heaven one time. Doobie, can you face your brother?
That's the heathen. No.
Wait.
Your only permanent relationship is with God.
Hold up, wait, Lactoid. So if you remarry, right? Let's just say your wife dies, and then you remarry. You're okay with squaring up to your wife and being like, listen, you have sister wife.
Okay, maybe
so
this
you're
just
gonna be okay. She has to be okay with the sister wife.
Maybe this is just like a weird thing of mine, but like if
husband.
Here, let's say I was married and then I died. Sure, let's say I was married and then I died, and then my ex-wife, my widow, started fucking some dude. I would understand, and I would like be very forgiving and understanding when they both
was your brother.
No, absolutely not.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, that's better than some stranger doing it.
No, this is the person that was supposed to have my back.
He's probably not going to treat her like
he does have your back and hers.
No, he's going bareback on her. That's what's happening. That's different. That's different than having my back. Okay, she is defiling him. Or wait, he is defiling her.
Nobody's being defiled. They're having sex.
She's dirty. She's dirty now,
dude. Not dirty.
This is post-hoc ergo propter hoc stuff. You're feeling the disgust, and then you have to rationalize the disgust. That's what's happening.
Hold on, Doobie. I can't accept that last statement from Doobie. Right? I would accept it from anyone else but Doobie.
Oh God,
Doobie, the one.
Listen. Okay, so if you were alive, I'd understand. If the brother were alive, I would say, yeah, she's fucking dirty as fuck, right? You need to like bleach the inside of her vagina before anything else could happen. However, given that he's dead, if there is an afterlife, right? When they meet, she will be totally clean. Okay, I'm sure his brother's dick cheese is not going to be transferred over.
The DNA changes your like biological makeup forever.
You step through the circle of fire at the top of purgatory.
He can shit on her face. He can shit on her face.
No, that would be weird. That would be weird too. That would be weird too if he shit on her face.
That kind of shit, I don't know. Like,
well, then she's also defiled and dirty. Quite literally, she's dirty now at this point. She has shit on her face.
When they meet again, they will be like spirit things. Okay.
No, when they meet again, she's gonna have shit on her face.
No, Doobie. Right? In case the audience doesn't know, they should know by now, right? Because I think most of you've been here long enough. Doobie believes that if you have sex with a woman in like at least 6 months, since she's had sex with another guy, that you are exposed to her dick germs, right? The dick germs of the last guy is still in her vagina 6 months later. Right, so now he's saying,
this is why virgins are number one.
This is
exactly. Blackwood knows.
But hold on. Okay, so if Hunter Biden fucked his wife's sister 5 months after his death, right?
And he definitely had dick cheese.
Yeah. So
yeah,
5 months after his death, but he's dead, right? The guy is dead, so that changes the equation. Like, do the
hold on. I think you're
Is it like
misunderstanding
a
me.
spirit summon and it disappears
Wait, hold
when
on,
who
hold on.
dies?
You
with
be
big
describing
fingers?
his
His preferences.
When I say
prescribing them.
defiled, I'm speaking from like the dead brother's perspective. I think Hunter Biden is like a degenerate, right? I think he probably fucks a lot of hookers. He probably doesn't give a fuck that they're covered in dried cum. Okay, he doesn't care that when he sticks his dick in there, he's like touching a bunch of like old dick cheese from like last week. Like but yeah, I agree. He's fucking gross. Okay, what I'm saying is that to the dead brother, he shouldn't care. He shouldn't worry about her being defiled, quote unquote, in that way, because when he sees her again, she won't have a body anyway. It's totally fine.
Bro, her soul is defiled. Like, are you telling me here, Doobie? Let me. Yeah, it is, and I'll explain. Doobie. Let's say that he didn't just fuck her. Let's say that he shit on her face and he smeared it in and did everything as disgusting and perverse as you can possibly think. Do you think that Bo is gonna? Yeah, and then she comes up to heaven.
We're just king
Well, it's
shaming
not
now?
good fantasizing so much about this.
You think, okay, yeah,
scenario.
you can make it all like about a fucking whatever. But I'm just saying, like, do you think Bo is gonna look at her the same way? I wouldn't look at her the same way if I was married to her.
You would.
He
You
doesn't
wouldn't
look
know
at her at
that.
all. There's no
This is
sex in
something-
heaven.
You would leave all worldly possessions and thoughts behind.
Hold on,
You
but
would
She
understand the concept of going to
betrayed
heaven,
me.
brother.
Let Doobie
She
respond to
betrayed
that.
me.
She didn't.
Doobie.
Lactoid, if this isn't something that they were already into, if Bo wasn't shitting on her face too, then I'm sure he would assume that, hey, when I died, she was so broken, she was doing shit like this, and it's okay. I forgive you.
Revolting.
It happens.
Doobie,
Shit happens.
you are saying this as a about to be married man.
I'm already married.
He's already married.
Congratulations, by the way, Doobie.
Congratulations.
But yeah,
to you,
first of all, congratulations. Second of all, I sincerely, and I'm not just like joking, I mean this with the full power of all of my heart. I hope that your wife doesn't betray you like Bo Biden's wife
When
did
I'm
him.
dead, we think I'm gonna haunt you like, how dare you have orgasms without me?
Yeah. You know what? Yeah.
80 years old, having come in like 50 years. Like, no, fuck that.
She was in her like low
minute.
40s or late 30s.
Yeah. So, Doobie, would you upset if your lesbian sister, if she had sex with your wife afterwards?
Yeah, Doobie, would you
No,
be
it'd be
upset?
fine. I wouldn't. I'm dead. What do I care?
You'd give her props when she
If
made
two
it
people
back up.
two people that I love are finding comfort in each other, go for it. I'm happy about that.
Death is just the beginning, and the sins carry forward. Okay.
You
But
would
like,
do
no,
this.
no, let me
Time's
bring
true.
it-
Time's point.
I'm wondering
Time's
what
point
your
earlier.
vision-
If that's true, then the time spent here getting eaten up by my sister or getting shit smeared in her face is so like minuscule, right?
Wait, what?
Yeah, I said what I said. Okay, getting eaten up by my sister or getting shit smeared on her face. So the time here, or being like defiled by other men or whatever the fuck, that time is so minuscule when put next to the fucking eternity,
Eternal.
right? Literally eternity, right? So
God
it
said
just
don't do
doesn't
that,
matter.
right? Hold on. You're saying that doesn't matter, but when God tells you not to do something, that means something.
Wait, not to do what?
Not
God
to
say
let,
not to
not
not
yet.
to
Well, hold on.
with?
When a man lay with another man or a woman with another woman, did you not read that part?
Wait, hold on. I'm not Christian. First off, so maybe your God said this. Okay, maybe your God said this. That's fine, but I don't care.
But also, there's no strife in heaven. There's nobody in heaven looking down, like getting mad at shit.
I don't believe
That's-
that. There's no way. Because I would
Then
get
you're
mad.
not. Then you're not an Orthodox Christian.
I'm not.
Wait, that
I'm
wouldn't be
not.
heaven.
But
That
I'm
wouldn't be
saying-
heaven.
There you go.
Wait,
But
Lactoid,
like
that
You
I
said
wouldn't be
earlier
heaven.
that you were.
That
Well,
wouldn't
no,
be heaven if
I
you could
said
look
it.
down and get depressed. If you could be
I
depressed
most-
in heaven, that wouldn't be heaven.
I most culturally associate. I drink ouzo and eat olives. But I'm telling you, Doobie, listen. If I was in heaven and I was looking down, I would be upset if I saw my widowed wife getting fucked by
You
my
wouldn't be in heaven. Then.
by my
What if one of
cokehead
your
brother.
boys- What if one of your boys just came? She's really frustrated, hasn't been with anybody for a while. One of your boys comes around, and takes care of her for you.
Is he like a cokehead bro, or is he like a cool guy?
Sure. I mean, he's your friend, so I'm sure you like something about him, So if he's gonna come around, take care of your wife,
I have friends that I don't like.
So she's not so lonely. So she's not so lonely and horny that she ends up, fucking some illegal immigrant for a green card and getting into like desperate situations like this.
That would be an
If-
upgrade. They're hard workers.
If somebody that you trust and care about and cares about you, if they're able to come in and just take care of that for her, so she doesn't need to stoop to anything like that, she doesn't need to be desperate for attention. Why wouldn't you want that?
Yeah, just let them come in.
Her.
Yeah, literally
hold on.
inside.
Her desperation for attention instead of what she should be doing, which is mourning me, the best thing that ever happened to her fucking life.
For how long?
That demonstrates
Like an
until she dies, motherfucker. Until she dies.
About you, but doesn't mean she's not gonna want to come. Like people want.
No, she shouldn't, because she shouldn't. She wasn't coming.
People are horny when they're sad.
She wasn't coming with me anyway. First of all, second of all, she shouldn't have to. She should be missing me, okay? Because that's what marriage means. Marriage means that you love somebody, and if you love somebody, you don't just replace them with
She's not
What if you
coming
put
to
on?
like
What if
you're
you put
there.
on a mask with a face?
just
Put on a mask.
replace them with
Put on
a
a mask with your
crackhead
face.
after you die.
What if you put on a mask to her face and she called out for lactoid as he fucked her? Like would that be
That's
okay?
Right, I've got to ask this, okay? Because
It's
this
even
has
weirder.
been bugging me ever since he said it. This whole I'm taking it back, okay? Because this is what we were talking about when I first wanted to say this. If we're talking about the selective prosecution thing, right? The prosecutorial discretion that you're talking about, because this started to become a thing when George Soros decided he didn't like the way American jurisprudence was going. He started funding progressive DAs all across the country so that they would not prosecute the laws. Like, for instance, he didn't want immigration laws prosecuted, right? So he wanted them to not do it. And it became a massive talking point on the right, to the point where the right now is convinced that this sort of prosecutorial discretion that you're suggesting should be the case. The right has been arguing for years now that that's illegal, that you can't selectively just prosecute the laws that you agree with and not the ones you don't agree with. And what's really driven it to a fever pitch for them is George Soros going around putting these progressive DAs everywhere that are creating sanctuary cities, and then they're deciding that they're not going to require bail, and then they're not going to arrest people for any kind of a crime that progressives think shouldn't be a crime. And these DAs are then bypassing the legislative process, and they're essentially making it so that these state legislatures, which tend to be conservative, are being overridden by liberal DAs, which is where most people live in cities in these states. And so they're basically overriding the legislatures in their states. Like, is that something that you're okay with? Like, you and Soros are like this now, right?
Yeah, sure. Like look, if you have George Soros who's funding DA, if you like, DAs have discretion, right? And now we could disagree as to whether or not it's moral or immoral to enforce immigration law. I think that, like, if you had somebody who believed that immigration law was justified and can make certain arguments for it, I think that, like, you could be consistent and say,
we know that cities and state legislatures disagree.
Yeah, I understand, right? And you can have situations. Look, I don't think that I have ever, like, strongly come out in favor or strongly come out against sanctuary cities, in the sense of, like, I don't think they can do it. They very likely can do it. And whether or not, like, maybe I disagree with them on a policy level, or maybe I agree with them on certain policy levels, that's different than, like, what I'm saying here, which is I'm asserting that it is immoral, right? And the same way that one of these DAs you're talking about may say it's immoral to prosecute immigration laws, I am saying it's immoral to prosecute a marijuana law. And in the same way, they might say, well, the DA, it's wrong for the DA to
progressives agree with you on that. Actually,
sure,
that is one of the things to also that Soros wants, is for these marijuana laws not to be prosecuted.
Look, and this is how you know that, like, I really am a libertarian, right? Like, yes, this is what if there is a legal avenue for what I want.
Anti-Sharia laws, they won't prosecute anti-Sharia laws.
Sure. If there is a legal avenue for what I think is moral, we should take it. Now, I'm not in favor of breaking the law like non-originalists want to do in order to get what they think is moral. But I am in favor of, if there is a legal avenue to get the most moral outcome, we should take it. And if not enforcing marijuana law, and marijuana law is illegal, is, I think, immoral, if there's an avenue to not enforce that, you should take it, whether Soros fucking funds it or whether fucking Trump funds it. I don't care. Like, it is immoral if you do this. And if you laugh about
I'll take
doing marijuana,
no, I'll take that trade. I'll take that deal with you right now.
Absolutely. I'll take it. I'll take it too. I will take it so much, Aiko. I will take that trade, and I will defend. If you're going to stand with me on this, we can stand together until the fucking end.
Yeah. No, I think you persuaded me. Yeah. I mean, in total, that's a pretty good deal.
So there's one more thing I had wanted to ask before we got distracted, with the playground spunk and
That was you're doing.
as you do.
Yeah.
I got so wrapped up.
I had something of substance to say, and I had to wait for that shit before I could say it.
Oh, that's true. Okay, fair enough. Okay, that's fair. All right, so let me just get this one thing out, and then we can decide where we want to go with this afterwards. But it's another callback way back. A Lactoid talked about I think he was yelling at Tom, or maybe it was Gibbs. They look the same to me. But he was yelling at one of them and asking like, what does the person's race, like gender or race, have to do with them like being a Supreme Court justice, right? With the implication that it doesn't at all. I would say that it does. I would say that it definitely does. Now, how I interpret that is that a person's race or gender will help them approach a job differently, right? Especially something that involves like judgment. Not all jobs involve a lot of judgment, but this is purely you're a judge, right? So I would say that you would have different outcomes. So if we could imagine, right, that the Supreme Court was purely black women, right, up and down black women, I think we can see that it's likely that they'd have different results, right? That their experiences that they would have had would inform them, just like it informs all of us, right? And they might arrive at different results, even if they have even similar judicial outlooks, right? In terms of even the current makeup, I think
probably worse results because black women are less likely to be qualified.
That's true. That's true. but see what I'm trying to say, yeah, is that like it would be weird if it didn't affect it, right? Like, it'd be weird if we have like a group of white men, 9 white men, who had certain experiences, who grew up in certain neighborhoods and not in other neighborhoods, who had these experiences, not other experiences, that somehow that would match with black women who come from a completely different context, right? It would be weird if they all just arrived at the exact same conclusions. So you don't think so? Please explain.
I don't. So the recent Supreme Court decision, fair admissions, specifically talks about how they're not necessarily getting rid of the idea of bringing up your race, right? They never said that. What they said was, which I think is critical, which is this sort of stereotypical inference that if you are this race, then you must believe this thing. They kept the door open for people to describe on their college admissions things like, well, I'm black and the buck doesn't stop there, right? You got to explain. And because I am black and I grew up in this particular neighborhood, I had this specific experience with a police officer who told me that like he thought that I was carrying this because I looked like one of the criminals. And when I asked him what he meant by that, he said that I had the features of the criminals, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? If you can explain your work, if you can show your work as to how did my race actually influence XYZ, that's fine. And if it was the case that Biden was saying, okay, I'm looking for justices who have a particular racially conscious worldview, and the pool of acceptable candidates became starkly mostly black, that would be fine. Okay. I'm not even saying that. I'm not even saying necessarily a problem.
I'm not addressing that part.
No, but I understand. But this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the way when you go about it in the way of saying, I am only accepting a black woman, I'm only accepting a black person, this is what's wrong.
I hear you, but that's not what I'm addressing, right? I'm having a narrow conversation on that comment itself, right? That your context, your background informs you, right? Like if we imagine if the Supreme Court, it might. Hold on a minute.
Yeah. Okay. Let's say you were in a jury of 12 Candace Owens.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly it. Hold on. But because it matters like what the makeup of the jury is. Because that was another example I was going to bring up. Thank you for doing that. It matters what the makeup of the jury is. If you are a black person accused of a crime on dubious evidence, and you just have a room of 12 white individuals from a conservative area, right? Yeah, you're fucked. You're fucked. You're fucked.
Okay,
fucked,
no,
fucked.
but this is 12. This is 12 Candace Owens. You're fucked too, aren't you?
Yeah. I understand that. I'm not saying that. Hold on. And I didn't say which way, right? I didn't say which way they would judge, right? I'm saying 12 black women would be different, just different. I didn't say they'd be liberal. That never came out of my mouth, correct, Lactoid, right? I said they would be different because
how would they be different? The implication is that they'd be more liberal.
Because of everything I just said. Because of how their background informs them.
Which would make them what? Informs them into what direction?
It might inform their views on fucking abortion, maybe. That might be a
what?
thing.
Into what?
It could be 12 Candace Owens, though.
What I'm saying is that
they might be better informed. Yes, it might be. They might be better informed on how a woman's body works. That might be the case, right? That
okay.
Women, sorry, 9 minutes.
Let me repeat your logic.
Bachelors, you don't know.
No. I understand we're all making fun of this, but let me repeat your logic back to you. I have two suspects in a crime. One's a black man and one's a white man. I am more likely to be correct if I choose the black man, right?
Corrected? Sorry, what?
I am more likely to be correct in selecting the criminal if I choose the black man. If there's two suspects, a white man and a black man, I am more likely to be correct if I just choose the black man, right?
Why? I don't know how that.
Because statistically.
No. I get what you're doing there. No, that's fine. But I don't know how this relates. Can you bridge these? I don't.
And I'll explain why it relates. Because when you're saying, well, if we choose 12 black women, this the makeup or the ideology behind the court or the jury in this case is going to be different. And when you say it's going to be different, you're saying that the ideology of that particular jury is influenced by the experiences and the stereotypes that we know about black women.
I didn't say stereotypes.
No. Okay, you're saying that the experiences, but what I'm saying is that these two words are synonymous here. When you're saying that people's ideology is informed by their background, you are defining stereotype.
No,
you
I'm
are
defining. No, I'm not.
I argue that you are.
Okay, that.
I know that you're saying no. You're saying that you're not. I'm asserting that you. I'm arguing that you are.
Yeah, and I'm saying you're wrong. And good.
Okay. You can say that I'm wrong. My question for you is, without appealing to any stereotypes, how can you say in what way would a black woman's ideology differ than a white woman?
In what way would a black woman
without appealing to any stereotypes, whether that be being stopped by the police or having a bad interaction with the police or having being on welfare, blah 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 blah, without appealing to any stereotype.
Literally being black in America, literally being black, having experience of being black in America. That's not a stereotype. How's it a stereotype to literally be black? How does it?
In what way? In what way does
it? Black, right?
Name me the ways that affect your life. Name me the ways that would affect this black woman's life.
In the ways, right? The way that
one way.
Sure, the way people approach you, right? When they approach you, do they assume innocence of you, right? Do they assume that competence of you, right? When people talk to you, right? Yeah, let's talk about the difference between us, right? Between Prime and Lactoid. Let's say we were trying to get VC money. Right, we've seen again and again these startups, right? These tech startups that get a ton of fucking money, right? For these clearly bad ideas that were not actually vetted. But again and again, what's the type of people who actually get this VC money to start this up? Oh, it's white people. It's white people. White people get that VC money. Why? Because there's assumed competence, right? If Lactoid with in a smart suit, right? If he does something with his hair, finally. If he walks into a VC room and he confidently says some bullshit about some product, this tech product that he just came up with, right? He is far more likely to get that money than me, right? Now we will both be spitting bullshit in that room. We can spit the exact same bullshit, but with Lactoid, there's the assumed level of competence that happens there. So if we're talking about black women, yes, that would be a part of the experience. That's
Yes,
not
that- yeah, hold on.
That's not a
Yeah,
being black.
It is.
not a
It is.
stereotype.
Oh, in this particular example you brought up, it's the stereotype of black women being incompetent, right? You are
I'm
appealing
not
to the.
saying that they are incompetent.
I'm not saying that you are saying that they're incompetent. What I'm saying is that you are identifying the stereotype of black women being incompetent, which I would agree with you is a stereotype that may exist in certain circumstances, right? In the same way that there is a stereotype that black women may be more liberal or may have a different ideological background or may have X or may have Y or may have Z or whatever the fuck. These are stereotypes. And what I'm saying is that in the same way that you wouldn't want a black woman to be laughed out of one of these funding rounds just because, well, the people there are predicting that she's not as competent as Lactoid is, okay? Like in this, I would also not want somebody laughed out of a jury or a Supreme Court pick because they happen to be white.
No, sorry. First of all, it's the opposite of what I want. Actually, I do want her to be laughed out. I want you to be laughed out. I want me to be laughed out. We're talking bullshit, right? But then again, I guess we should waste the VC money. That'd probably be the best thing. But no, I'm saying that we should be judged on the merits of our ideas, right? And the point is that
I agree.
It is weren't. But I'm saying these people who got the VC money, they weren't actually judged on the merits idea. They were assumed competent because of the whiteness of their skin.
Based on a stereotype.
Yeah. But I'm saying that like that is our experience. That's our experience.
Yes. You hold on. In the same way, these people are assuming competence based on the white skin. You are assuming liberalism based on their black skin.
No, I'm not. No, I didn't say that. I specifically didn't say that.
You were.
But you are saying that, though.
I made it very clear. I even said that like even if the black women had similar ideological makeup as the current Supreme Court, right? I still said their approach to this would be different. Their perspective would be different because their experiences are different.
All right. Let me do it. Let me do it. Let me do what you're doing then, right? Oh, they picked the white men because their perspective is different, because their background is different and it's better.
Hold on, I didn't.
What?
How is that what I did? How is that
That's
what I
not
did?
the argument that he's making.
No. The reason, hold on, I'll explain. The reason why it's the argument that you're making is because when you're saying, oh, the black woman comes in and is judged to be like incompetent based on, where do stereotypes come from? Stereotypes come from like a historical analysis that's relatively oversimplified, but has some element of truth in that like, well, generally speaking, black people have less education in America overall. Therefore, when you make the broad claim, oh, black people have less education and less experience, you would be right. But it's a stereotype because you can't apply that general correctness to this particular individual that's in front of you, because this particular individual that's in front of you may have a whole fuck ton of education and may have a whole fuck ton of competence. In the same way that, generally speaking, even though black people have these like experiences that may lead them to have a particular ideological slant that you might be looking for in the Supreme Court, this might not be the case with any particular black woman, aka Candace Owens. That's why I brought that up as an example.
Let me ask you a question, real quick.
No.
I got it.
This is bullshit. No,
I'm going to get right back to it. It's literally a 5-second question, Watch. All right, listen. Lactoid, so you just said stereotypes are truth, right? That's amazing truth. Would you make that this is a stereotype I heard this week? White people that fly the American flag are generally racist. Would you agree with that stereotype being true?
I think it's probably the case that like Americans who are racist have a higher proclivity to flying the American flag. Probably.
Okay, that's cope. You're just coping, guys. That's the whole thing. Right?
I hold on. I don't know the stats behind it, but I'm guessing I'd be right.
Wait,
we got DB and then we got Ali. Okay,
No.
we got DB and Ali. I have been extremely careful not to bring up any ideological slant. There are conservative black individuals. They exist in this country, right? Unfortunately, for some fucking reason, black conservatives exist, right? It's a mystery to me, but they're a thing. Okay, right?
It's correct.
So
that's why.
If we have 12 black conservative women, I would still 9. I'm getting juries and the Supreme Court mixed up. I apologize. But 9 of them, I would still say that their rulings would come from a different perspective, that they'd have different experiences. I would say if we had 9 immigrants for some reason, somehow we put them on, right? We say 9 immigrants from somewhere else, because they have different experiences. That would be like 12, or not, excuse me, I keep saying 12. 9 Asian individuals, they would have different experiences, right? Their views of this country are different because they've had a different, this country has treated them differently, right? Because they're not white. They've interacted with others differently, right? Through an Asian lens, and so they see the world through an Asian lens. I don't know how this is controversial at all. That a person.
So not only does this again like not address my criticism of stereotype threat, but it goes back to an earlier point I made that the racism appears to only go one way. You're saying, well, yes, Black women have had a different experience, and this could be a reason, I suppose, if you're defending Biden here, as to why you might. Okay, well, this might be a reason that some people might use then to select a particular race of person to occupy the Supreme Court.
What is my overall point? What was my what was even the point of me bringing this up in the first place? I was about
to say, I think you missed the point.
Yeah.
Can you restate it? Maybe I didn't miss it.
No. What do you think? The whole time that you've been responding to me, what do you think I've been asking you? What do you think I've been trying to get to here?
His only point is
no, don't rescue him, Tom. Don't rescue him, Tom. Please not. Please not.
So again, I asked, maybe I did miss it. I asked you to restate it, but the current like theme that I'm working with is it appears that what you're going with is you're sort of generalizing people's experiences based on their race.
No, I brought this up to generalize people based on their race. That's what I asked you. That's the point of my opening statement before, was that to generalize people in their race. That was the point I was going to do. You think that was my intention?
You are generalizing like Black people's experiences based on their race. Yeah.
What was I responding to previously?
I asked you, maybe I'm missing it. Could you please elaborate? What specifically are you?
What do you think I was? I brought that out of the blue, apparently, right? I started speaking out of the blue, not responding to anything. Maybe
we are 8 tangential points in.
Okay.
What specific thing are you referring to?
What I was referring to is simply your point previously that race and gender have no effect on a person's ability to be the outcomes on the Supreme Court, right?
Individually, yes.
So I argued, hey, yeah, actually these individuals, it would matter because they have different perspectives. That's not generalizing. I didn't generalize a one fucking person. I said just that different groups have different experiences. Right? But those experiences can be anything. Because somehow, again, Black conservatives exist. They do exist, right? They're black like me, right? They have skin color like me. They walked around the world like I have. But still, for some reason, they lost their fucking mind and became Black conservatives.
If the benign point is...
I didn't say, hey, the Black women would be liberal, right? Oh, I didn't say they would be better. I didn't say any of that. I just said...
I understand. I understand. If the only point is like every individual has a different experience and therefore is different, this is not only true between races, this is also true intra-race. Every single white woman and every single white man also has a different experience to each other. Every single Black woman and every single Black man also has a different experience to each other. If it's just the milquetoast point of, well, everybody's different, I'm not going to disagree with that. What I am disagreeing with is I think what the implicit point is. Maybe you're denying saying this implicitly, and if you are, then I retract me attributing this to you. But what I am saying is that in the context of our prior conversation, which is Biden selecting a Supreme Court justice specifically because she is a Black woman, the implication there is that Black women think a particular way, that Black women are a particular way. And a lot of people argue that, well, the reason why Black women are a particular way is because the experiences in life that they had and the things that they've gone through, et cetera, et cetera. But what I think the Supreme Court recently acknowledged in fair admissions, and I think they're absolutely correct here, is that it's not enough to just say, well, that's a Black woman, obviously she had XYZ experience, like Biden did when she selected Justice Jackson, because that's his analysis. Oh, only black women need apply. What he should have done, which is what I should do, which is what you should do, which is what everybody should do, is actually set forth a criteria of what kind of personality traits, what kind of experiences, what kind of history, what kind of culture, what kind of ideology do you come from? Yeah, do you come from that leads you? Yeah, or when Biden says, like, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. This emphasizes the idea of what I'm talking about. If you don't vote for Biden, you're not black.
He did what you said, right? He looked for a culture. He looked for experiences. That's exactly what he did when he said he was.
No. But you're missing the point. Because just because you're a black woman doesn't mean that you have that culture. Exactly. Doesn't mean that you have those experiences. Doesn't mean that you have any of that.
The point that I was bringing up, right? The very narrow point, the thing I was responding to was simply that yes, I would that not that a black woman would vote in any particular way, but that their experiences informs anything that they would do. Right? Just like a white man, right? The experience of being white in America would inform anything that you do. And
let me ask you. Could you have a black woman who happened, let's just say, by chance, you had a black woman who was never arrested by the police, was never pulled over, was never doubted by the fact that she was a woman in her higher education. She came from money. She was privileged, blah, 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 blah. And now she's sitting in front of Congress as a Supreme Court nominee, and she's a black woman. Do you think that her experience is like black?
Her experience? Oh, I see. You're going this direction.
There's not a single. This hypothetical person has not a single experience that you would attribute as a black experience.
Well,
do you still consider her to have it?
You don't know what I attribute it as a black experience, but
you said being black in America is, which I guess by definition would include her.
You asked me like in what ways that being black would affect you, right? And I gave you said give me one reason. I gave you a reason.
Let's say she didn't go through that. Let's say she did not go through the example where she had it like was judged as less competent during the fucking VC funding round. Let's say that never happened. Let's say she was never judged as less funding. Let's say it was
in like a really well-off neighborhood, going to nice schools. Like she's more likely to have those problems growing up and have that experience that other people are talking about, where they're saying that you're treated differently, you're looked at differently.
She's more likely, just like she's more likely to be a criminal, just like she's more likely to commit crime. Should we just assume that she's a criminal too?
What? Well, no, not just more. No. Hold on, wait, not more likely. You're talking.
Yes,
about
more
the
likely
scenario that you put her in. No, hold on. The life scenario that you put her in made her more likely to have those experiences. But the fact that she is black means that she does have those experiences.
Is committing crime a life experience?
Hold on.
Yes.
Whoa. Answer that question. You weasel. Answer that question.
No, hold on. Let me finish. You made this about like the fallacious thought process that people use to stereotype people. And I agree with that. But that does not apply to this because we're not talking about race here.
I asked you the question. Is committing a crime a life experience?
Yeah. Yes, of course.
Yes. Is being discriminated against a life experience?
Yes.
Would you agree that black people have a higher chance of experiencing both of these life experiences?
Yes.
Is it fair then to assume that every black person has had these two life experiences?
I hold on. We're gonna go back to what I said before.
No. I want answer that question. Is it fair to assume that a black person has had these two life experiences, either or?
Not an individual black person. No.
Thank you. No. So why did we assume that Justice Jackson? Why did we assume that Justice Jackson had these experiences?
No. Shut up. You missed my entire argument. I said this applies to the life that you gave
that was a woman.
Person in the lifestyle. You not to the person, not based on their race. You put them in a life scenario where they were growing up richer.
Crime is a life scenario.
Oh my goodness, you're not understanding. This is going to.
I must not be, because experiencing racism, committing a crime, experiencing sexism, etc., etc. These are all life experiences. And when you assume, well, a black person is obviously going to have different life experiences. What life experiences? Oh, being discriminated against. Well, they're also more likely to be a criminal. But do we just assume that? Do we just assume that they're more likely to be criminal? Do we just assume that they're more likely to be discriminated against?
Bro.
But Prime did when he brought up the VC example. He said that they're more likely to be discriminated against because they're a black woman.
Sorry.
Though.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. To be clear, absolutely, you're more likely to be discriminated against if you're a black person. Like, of course it is, right? In America.
So we just assume that they are.
If you don't understand that, then I guess you don't understand race in America. Of course, you're more likely to be discriminated against.
Are you more likely to commit a crime if you're a black person?
I'm saying that if you get a group. That's how many times did I say the number? And I said the wrong numbers like 10 goddamn times. But I said a number. 9 black women. If you get 9 black women in a room, right? That their collective experiences and their rulings will be different.
Are they more? Hold on. If you get 9 black women in a room, are they more likely to be criminals?
Are they more likely to be criminal? Yes. Statistically, yes.
So do we assume?
No. But by statistics, if you're asking me by statistically, yes, absolutely. So fucking what, right? The people we're talking about are the justices. And my point is that, yes, they'll have a different experience. And I don't know why this is controversial with you. It's weird that you're fighting this. It's an obvious thing. I think every single other person here kind of gets that, right? That, hey, your experiences make the person that you are, right? I didn't say...
I'll explain why.
Yeah, of course. Okay, sure. Okay, go ahead. Explain why you've been.
Yeah, I will. I will explain why.
Half hour.
Even though you just said, like, yes, of course, like if there was 9 black women, they'd be more likely to be criminals than the 9 white women. What I would say is, yes, statistically, this may be correct. However, when we're selecting a Supreme Court justice, what we should be doing with every individual, analyzing their background, asking them, hey, have you ever committed a crime? Have you ever?
What I brought up. Right?
No, I'm getting there, right? Or in the example that you're bringing up, have you ever experienced discrimination? How have you experienced discrimination? How does this affect your life? Specifically, point to how discrimination affects your judicial mindset, how this affects how you might rule, how does this affect your knowledge or your interpersonal relationship with America, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Actually having to show your work in the way that fair admissions...
What I was talking about.
Because you argued that, like, yes, of course, 9 black women are going to think differently. They're going to have this ideological difference. And statistically, this may be true in the same way that statistically that those 9 black women, even though statistically,
are black.
I understand that I understand
they are black.
No. I understand that they're black, but obviously being black only matters in like likelihood and proclivities to other things. Just
you
being,
know what that's not what he's saying. No, it doesn't.
Can I explain? Can I explain really quickly?
He's saying that they do.
No, I'm trying.
Not that they.
When you say yes, and I have the experience of having 5 toes. So fucking what? How does it affect my life? That's the question. Like, in what ways does this affect your life?
Demonstrating white privilege in a way I've never seen before. Okay, I'll explain it to you. Right, so
I'm gonna pee real quick. I'll listen to you.
Oh god, separate from stereotypes, right? I think that I hope, drunk as you are, that you can understand that when a white person is learning American history, right? They are learning a story of like white conquerors bringing civilization to a savage land, and then like because they're so benign despite their power, turning to saviors of the same people that they've the same populations that they subjugated, after they've been dragged to morality, having the same people rights and protections from on high like benevolent gods, right? Because they care so much and they're so good. From the non-white person's perspective, American history is like a reminder of suffering, slavery, segregation, ongoing like systemic racism. This generates a lot of like fucking anger, rage in people, sadness in people to know that the country that they live in hated them for God knows how long. That the people that they're living beside, their grandparents might have wanted them in a fucking cage for being black or being brown, not being white. So this is obviously going to lead to people relating to the country differently, right? Relating to the history of the country differently, thinking of the country and their place in the country differently, even if they don't, even separate from any stereotypes they might fall into. So I think the fact that you're struggling with like comprehending that, right, that people might just like think of the American story, the American history, and relate to it differently based on their skin color because they would have been treated differently within that history because of their skin color. The fact that you can't grasp that, I think it's the strongest like demonstration of white privilege that I've ever seen from you. Like it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Can I address Doobie's? Can I address
Sure,
Doobie's
go
point
ahead.
right there?
And we have also have Ali who's been waiting here.
Yeah. First of all,
I want to know that stuff.
well, I guess there's 3 points. First point, I don't know if Justice Jackson was ever interrogated, or any of these people were interrogated about how specifically their emotional connection with the history of America affects their judicial mindset, and whether or not this was the critical reason of why Biden picked them. If he had elaborated on that, that would have been potentially, although I disagree with the next 2 reasons I'm going to bring up, but this may be more justified than just saying, well, black woman, because first of all, you're assuming that every black person is going to necessarily care about that when they might not. Second of all, you're going to assume that every black person has that shared history when there are some black people who don't have that shared history because they're fucking immigrants, or their parents were immigrants, or their grandparents were immigrants after slavery or after Jim Crow or whatever the fuck.
Irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant, because when you say like, oh, this sort of like history of my ancestors would have, or like your ancestors would have like thrown my ancestors in a cage, or they did throw them in a cage, this like leads to some kind of generational trauma which informs your mentality of how you address America. This does matter if, first of all, like the black person's immigrant or their parents are immigrants, and also second of all, if the white people are immigrants or their parents are immigrants, like myself, and like plenty of people who came in the ways of immigration that occurred after slavery or after Jim Crow, who had nothing to do with slavery, who had nothing
of the American founding.
I have connection with the good ideals of American founding, and I would reject and I would reject the negative ideals of American founding, and I would be a fucking weenie if I was to base any current opinion, okay, of that I hold on like any kind of ideological basis, a fucking weenie, if I were to argue, well, you know, your great ancestor, like the Mongols raped the Swedes back in 1432, and therefore fuck the Mongols. We gotta deny the Mongols a trade agreement because they fucked my ancestors. Anybody who says that's a fucking weenie, they're pathetic. They're losers.
That's a straw man.
No, this is not
Absolutely
a straw man. This is not a straw man, because this is exactly the point you made when you said that people have a sort of like, well, my ancestors were enslaved or potentially enslaved by your ancestors.
You're misunderstanding. It doesn't matter whether or not their specific ancestors were enslaved or not. What matters is that they're living in a country that 70 years ago would have put them in a cage for drinking out of the wrong fucking water fountain. Right? That matters to people. This is going to impact people, because not only is that the case, but it's also the case that we're still seeing the impacts of all those things today. Right? So these people are growing. Wait, 1 second. So they're growing up understanding, hey, I'm in an imperfect system that was deeply segregational, deeply racist, not very long ago. It's still pretty fucking racist, and I'm living in a time in which we're trying to undo those things and undo the damage from those policies. So this is obviously, if you're one of the people that would have been affected by those policies, you're going to relate to that history much differently, right? When you said that you have like, I think you said you have like, you don't relate to American history.
Well, wait. Before we move on, I want to address what you just said.
You can do it afterwards. So your parents.
Hold on. I got to write it down. Then give me 1 second.
That's fine. Your parents are white immigrants.
Hold on, give me a second. I got to write this down.
White immigrants. And I think what's interesting about that is I think up until like the 50s, I think, or the 40s, maybe a little back further. I might be misremembering, but there was a law in the books that said you couldn't even immigrate to the country and couldn't even be a citizen unless you're a white person of like good moral standing or some shit like this. Right? So that is also a privilege that your parents had, that their ancestors said they had the ability to immigrate to the United States and become citizens because they were white. So I don't understand how you can like separate yourself from all these things and just say it doesn't fucking matter because, you know, modern day, I don't feel impacted by it. Well, other people do. Other people are going to be like, hey, I'm reading this history that says, I can fucking see Martin Luther King's speeches or people are fighting for their fucking rights. That wasn't that long ago. You know, that was like, what, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, or some shit like this? I don't even fucking remember. And I'm living in this fucking country with people that are still alive today who experienced that. So obviously, this is going to impact people. I don't know why you're so averse to the idea that people might be impacted by like recent history. even if they didn't themselves experience it.
No. I'm not, and I thought I made that clear with the first point, which is, or really the point I've been making to Prime the whole time, which is that the Supreme Court in fair admissions made the point that you should have to demonstrate how this affected you. And what I mean by that is, 70 years ago, my ancestors would be put in a cage if they drank from the same water fountain. Okay, interesting. How does it affect you right now? Can you explain? Like, you're running for the Supreme Court. You were supposed to be on the highest court in the land. Can you explain how this would affect you and how this would affect your judicial rulings? Oh, like this could be a consideration perhaps when it comes to selecting you for a high role or a role higher up, because it demonstrates like, oh, okay, like this is what affects me to think differently. This is how I think differently. This is why I think differently, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with that part. I'm just saying that is not what Biden did when he selected Justice Jackson, or when he put out the call for only black women as the Supreme Court justice. There could be, I don't know, a fucking disabled white woman who perhaps had like plenty of other experience that they could have elaborated on. They could have, hold on. Like, just we had this conversation even earlier, which is that whenever you add a non-qualified requirement to a position, this makes it less likely that she's qualified compared to any of her competitors.
Okay,
perhaps
she's qualified.
I think she's not a good justice. Whether or not she was qualified, I mean, qualification. Again, I reject this concept of qualified. I reject the concept of there's some line. Yeah, I reject the concept there's some fucking line that you draw in the sand. Oh, anybody after this position is like, after this line is good, and then everyone under this line is bad. I think that there's only better and worse. There are better and worse candidates. Like, there is no line. It's a spectrum. Sometimes there are very good candidates that are better than Jackson that perhaps could have been on the consideration if Biden didn't make the racist statement that he did when he only was going to select a black woman candidate. There could have been worse candidates than Justice Jackson, which I'm sure there absolutely were. That absolutely is the case. I'm not denying that. What I'm saying is, if the requirement was, okay, we're not going to say only black women, we're going to say if you can justify or explain your judicial reasoning and perhaps your personal background, how your history might affect that, why that history affects that, what's the logic behind it, etc. Show your work, just like the Supreme Court ruled that you should be doing in fair admissions, the recent affirmative action case. That's different than the fucking blanket, I'm only hiring a black woman, or black women are going to rule differently than white men on this particular thing. That's the point that I'm making. Second of all, when you're talking about, white person immigrants, they had a particular privilege in coming to this country. First of all, I don't know how this necessarily affects the decision to allow white people to immigrate to this country, though immigrants themselves obviously didn't draft the laws to decide who gets to immigrate to this country easily or less easily. Immigrants of all types, whether or not there was a particular law in place to allow them in, they're obviously coming here to seek a better life. And that doesn't mean that they perpetuated or supported or in any way any kind of racist laws that existed. But this implication that all these white people, obviously they had a different experience, and there's a level of, and you've hinted at this, a level of implicit guilt associated with the fact that you're a white American, is not only wrong, but again, it's one-sided. You're perfectly comfortable in saying, well, of course, black people have had these awful experiences that have led them to believe these particular things. Okay, well, isn't it also true that they're more likely to perpetuate bad experiences? Or isn't it more likely that black people are more likely to be criminals? Of course, it is. It is statistically more likely. But when Justice Jackson comes in front of the Senate doesn't just fucking assume, like, oh, she's a black person, of course she has different experiences. They also don't just fucking assume, oh, she's a black person, of course she's a criminal. You don't just fucking assume that. You ask questions. You figure out what they believe and why they believe, because everybody's an individual. Not everybody is just, oh, they're part of group X, therefore they are group X. That's a ridiculous statement.
Is your issue here that they included her race is a category that, like, something that a box that needed to be checked before they can include her as a potential candidate?
My issue is that instead of saying, okay, the candidates need to explain their judicial philosophy and their personal background and how they reach that judicial philosophy, and then perhaps biasing like certain disadvantaged backgrounds, I'd be fine with that, right? What they did was black women only. That's what they did. That's what Biden did. Flat out.
What's the issue with that?
The issue with that is the assumption is that Justice Jackson or any other black candidate has a particular set of experiences without investigating. Yes,
No,
it
that's
is.
not true.
That's what Prime
That's not
said.
true.
Okay,
No,
you
hold on.
no. You might not be saying that, but Prime said that.
Relevant, right?
I tried to-
Prime said that. Prime said that.
Hold on. So Prime could be referring to the experience of living in America, growing up in America as a black person. That is an experience that she absolutely has. That is going to be different because she's black. Okay, so if she was
It's a tautology.
as a white person, she'd have a different experience.
What a dumb definition.
No, stop. But what that actually means that
I have the experience of growing up lactoid in America.
Well, yeah, right, exactly.
Nobody else does.
Because experience of growing up as a white man, as a white straight
No,
man.
as a lactoid. I am the only one who has the experience growing up as lactoid. I've made such a good statement.
The lactoid is within the category of straight white male, which privileges you in ways that
And
you're apparently not aware
black
of.
is within the category of human and individual. Like, look at people as individuals, not as simply racial categories.
People within the subcategory of within human of black or white, we're going to have different experiences because they're black.
But you agree there's a muddling of the category. Like, you can have individuals who are black who perhaps have more life experience in common with a white woman than other black people, right?
I'm not really talking about.
No. Answer that question. Answer the question. Do you agree that you're dodging
about the stereotypes?
Wait. Can a black woman? Can you find a black woman who has more in common with a white woman than other black people? Of course.
There's still others though. Wait.
Are they? Is every single one othered?
Yeah. Oh, wait. That's what I was just about to say. Okay. So like,
what does that mean, othered?
So to Prime's point earlier, I kind of disagree with the immediate assumption is incompetence, but the immediate assumption is that they're different than you, right? So right now, races do this to each other all the time. Arabs can do this to white people, black people, so on and so forth. But white people being the majority, when black people are walking around, and if they try to do anything, they're immediately seen as other, and amongst a group of white people. You can see this with the medical field. Medicine is primarily tested and made for white men. Women are already othered, and then black women are further othered without even the need for a stereotype. Just because the practices aren't made for them, it's made for a specific. Did you leave? Did I win?
Sorry, I clicked on the wrong thing again. Bring it back in.
Are genetically different.
Yeah,
keep going.
Another toilet video by
So what I'm saying is you're immediately othered, even in a place where you're not even, the perception isn't even lack of competence or whatever. If a black woman goes to a doctor, she's going to receive a different treatment, a different thing than a white woman, than a white male. And so it's just the immediate othering.
Generally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if they're the same as the white person, see if they grow up in the same, even black. What do you mean? If you watch,
not always. What I'm saying is, generally speaking,
grow up in white communities, they get judged.
Generally,
people perceive
not always
not black enough.
Generally, generally, not always. Just in the same way that black people are more likely to commit crime than white people, but that doesn't mean always for every individual. What I'm saying is, like, the judging appears to only go one way. Whenever you have a black candidate in front of you, you're assuming that of course they've experienced racism. Of course they've experienced what it's like to be a black person in America. Oh, what is that? Oh, either it's just being black in America, a tautology, or it's appeal to some kind of stereotypical experience that we think black people have, in the same way that stereotypically black people are more likely to have another experience. Another stereotype that black people are likely to have another stereotypical experience that black people are more likely to have is committing crime. But we don't assume that for every black individual.
This is the part that you're not getting. That's been explained like 100 times. Okay, there is not a black experience. They're not assuming that you're more likely to have a black experience by being black. What they're saying is, let's say there's
I'm saying that
you're a black. Hold on, listen. No, he's not. They're saying, let's say that you're a black person and you grew up and you didn't experience racism your entire life. You are somebody who did that as a black person. You had that experience as a black person.
Why should I care?
That is the point. That's it. That's literally the whole
thing. But why should I care? Why should I care?
As a black person.
Why should I care?
It doesn't matter whether or not you fucking care.
You never experienced racism. Why should I care?
Shut up. The point is that is what you have refused to engage with this entire time. Every time it's brought up, you
Why should I care?
else and then say, answer the question, answer the question, answer the question. But you have refused to engage with that like 20 times.
I'm engaging with this right now. What I'm saying is, if you've never experienced racism as a black person, why do I give a fuck that you've done anything as a black person? Why does that matter? Can you explain to me one reason, if you've never experienced racism, why does it matter that you did something as a black person?
I don't know that there's anyone who hasn't experienced racism.
No, Tom, explain that.
I will tell you, because
Oba.
as a black person, you know that other people are looking at you as a black person. And to be a black person who did not experience racism means that now you have a very unique experience with what it is like to be black. And therefore, this would affect the way that you think of things and look at things as a black person.
Well, hold on. Would experiencing that like feeling of, well, other people are experiencing this and I feel some kind of like level of community with them, would that be you also experiencing racism?
Well, you don't have to feel a level of community with them just because you...
Well, that's what you did. That's what you described. You said, well, other black people are experiencing this, therefore I am viewed in this particular way. You're defining community.
No, I'm not. This is, again, I'm trying to explain this to you as individuals, and you keep making this about like the groups and about these fallacious thought processes, but we are talking about as individuals. These people are having...
Yes, as a individual. Yes, if you're a black individual and you have never experienced racism, why do you feel, as an individual, why do you feel any community or any kind of relation with other black people? I thought you were an individual.
Well, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You said that as a black person, well, other black people experience this, therefore you know that your experience is unique. But we both agreed you were an individual black person who's never experienced racism. So why do you care at all, necessarily, other than like they're other citizens or whatever, but why do you feel any kind of special connection with other black people?
Do you think that the only thing that black people share is the fact that they experience racism? It's not the food, it's not the culture, it's not the way that they talk, where they grow up. It's not like...
You mean stereotypes? You mean like, oh, black people like soul food? Oh, black people talking Ebonics? You mean fucking stereotypes?
Well, I'm talking about culture. If you want to say culture is a stereotype. Sure.
Yes. And Justice Jackson may have not had black culture, right? They never asked that. Okay. They just... Okay, that's my point. That's my point the whole time.
Never experienced racism and never grew up with any sort of black culture. Again, this just makes this one black individual have an even more unique experience as a black person.
Yes,
where it will affect the way that they look at things and think of things.
Yes. And so if you have grown up like not experiencing the stereotypical black culture or like the Ebonic speaking or soul food eating, et cetera, that like we associate with black people, then yes, you can explain your individual experiences in the same way that, like, yes, even though it's more likely that black people commit crime, we just don't assume that about every black person, just like we shouldn't assume every black person eats soul food or every black person talks in Ebonics. What we do is we talk to them as an individual and we interview them as an individual, which the Senate failed to do and Biden failed to do.
Hold on. But that was Prime's original point, is that just getting 9 black people on there will make it to where they would have different experiences. Just as we have a black person who,
you know, that
without ever experiencing racism and without ever having grown up in any black culture whatsoever, that person still would not have the same experience as a white person because
why not?
As a black person the entire time.
I understand they did it as a black person, but if they've never experienced any racism and they don't have any kind of like stereotypical cultural connection with like what we deem as black culture, why are they different than other? Like, explain to me why they're different than like a white person.
Do you think it's different for a black person to not experience racism their entire life in America than it is for a white person to not experience racism their entire life in America?
So first of all, again, I think every individual experiences a different like life. I will answer, but
yes,
I will answer. Hold on. Yes. I think your premise is wrong. I think every individual is different. But to answer the question directly, if you had a black person who never experienced any racism and never experienced any kind of black stereotype, I think that their experience in life would be more as close to a white woman or a white person as any other white person would be to them. Yes, of course, because they haven't experienced any racism or any black stereotype. which is what we define as the black experience, right? Unless we're just defining melanin power like the fucking Hebrew Israelites do. Explain to me, if there's no black culture in play and there's no racism in play, what makes them different than a white person, realistically speaking, in any part that matters?
The fact that they are black, the fact that they did it while being black, the fact that they had these expectations while being black, the fact that they probably had parents and brothers and sisters who had these experiences, and
so racism,
and it was surprising the entire time. Like that's going to be a huge factor in their experience as a black person not experiencing those things.
Actually,
okay, sorry, you go first, Gibbs.
Yeah, Tom, that was maybe was on everybody's side up until Tom talked, and that was maybe hands down the worst argument I've ever heard from anybody ever on any panel.
I didn't expect
that
you
was.
to understand it.
I understood it. It was so bad. It was so bad. I actually might have flipped the lactoid side on this one. That was how bad that shit. That was bad. I'm sorry. Just
if you're on the lactoid side, it must be bad.
But that was really bad. Try again. Bad, Go back to the books. Right. Start over.
Wait, hold on. What was bad about Tom's argument? I didn't hear it all. I got to step away for a bit. What was bad about Tom's argument?
I was just about to ask the same question.
Start to end. It was just like a terrible. Okay, so
yeah, but what was it? What was bad about
it? I'll give you. So this is what he basically just said. This is the premise here at the end that lactoid set up. If X person, they could be of any ethnic background, whatever, doesn't experience any of these characteristics, how are they going to then be able to associate with this group? And Tom's response was because they're X. That is the most retarded.
That was not the question.
It was. I summarized it because we didn't need to go through all of it, but
that was not the question.
It was bad. That was bad.
That was not the question. I knew you didn't understand it, though. I appreciate you proving you didn't.
I understood. I understood. I just summarized it.
That wasn't the question.
It was terrible. It was awful. Just stop. Don't try to summarize it. Nobody needs to hear that hoopla bullshit ever again. Go ahead and just burn that. Secondly, moving on from the terrible point, Tom just made. Holy shit! I didn't know. I'm sorry. I was going to try to use something with the Holocaust and these people having a life experience from that and then relating. I'm sure Holocaust victims, if they were all left to the Supreme Court, would be totally different. But listen, just stop talking. You're done. We're moving on. I was going to bring up something else, but I can't either. I've never heard a worse fucking point on any panel ever.
I thought you were
that was terrible.
How the fuck? Hold on. How the fuck would your Holocaust victims thing be any better? How's that even relevant?
I'll tell you how. So I'll tell you how. My argument was going to be, okay, if you don't think people's life perspectives, life experience doesn't perform, that's kind of like Magneto in X-Men 3, where he's like, I'm not going to let another needle touch my skin, and she goes, why? He's like, because I got marked, and he pulls out his Holocaust thing. Yeah, I mean, it's obvious that people's life experiences are going to influence their background, but to sit here and make up this hypothetical person. Yeah, I know that was your point. That's why I was on the same page with y'all until what Tom said, which was terrible. And so I just, So I mean, y'all can make this hypothetical person.
You literally didn't understand
I understood it. Yeah, it's just terrible. It's terrible.
Well, let Gibbs finish.
It's so terrible that you didn't know what happened.
Let Gibbs finish. Gibbs,
okay, this was the hypothetical that Lactoid put to you, and then you tried to hand wave away. He goes, hypothetical black person X that never experienced any black culture, never experienced any black food, never experienced any black crime, never experienced anything. This is hypothetical, somehow person that's never experienced. They go, okay, yeah, I know it was your hypothetical. It was bad. I'm sitting here walking through it. They go, they've never experienced any of these things. How do they not have any relation that's going to be black experience? They're the same relation to a white person or any other person that's never experienced these things. And your response was because, they're black. That doesn't make sense. That's fucking retarded. Blah, blah. It's stupid. It's dumb. It's a bad argument. You made the worst argument here of anybody today. I'm sorry. That's them's the breaks.
Okay. All right. So I'm just gonna respond to this thing because this is. So this is what this is why I hate where thought experiments fail us, because this happens all the time. We do this on panels where we try to abstract the point so far away that it has literally nothing to do with real life. So all I said was that, hey, if you get 9 individuals of a certain background, ethnic background, they will have a different perspective on the rulings. I didn't say what kind of perspective. I didn't say that they would have to be liberal. I didn't say I didn't say they would have to be anything, right? I'm just saying, hey, they'd approach it. They have a different relationship to the material, like the cases presented to them, right? To everything about it, right? They would just have a different experience. And this massive pushback. And then what's the response? Hey, let's abstract. Let's come up with a black person who has literally no relation at all with blackness in any way that you could possibly define it. Let me make up this person, right? And then try to extrapolate a larger point from this imaginary individual, rather than just dealing with the very simple and the very realistic example of 9 individuals from a different background of view seeing things differently. And he can't really engage with that, lactoid, talking to you, in case you didn't know, or maybe you're not paying attention now, but yeah, I'm talking to you. He doesn't even want to engage with that simple idea, right? I wasn't talking about Ketanji Brown Jackson. I wasn't talking about her selection. I didn't bring up any of that. I just made up a very narrow point, just to challenge him a little bit, on a point that he had made previously. Corey, I see your hand.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I just want to say, you're just talking about actually with science. So, like, if you change a variable, you get a different outcome. That's it.
You just
that's too far for Lactoid. But he's just a lawyer, not a scientist.
He's just a lawyer, so he wouldn't know. No, but Lactoid, no, he'll just keep abstracting, right? And hey, if you have a 9 flamingos prime, what did you interview the 9 flamingos, right? Did you actually get to know them? How would you know that they would vote indifferently than 9 white men? How would you know, Prime? No, Prime.
Good question.
Prime. Did you get to know them? Did you know their soul, right? Have you observed the white the flamingos in the wild, right? How would you know?
Yeah.
In fact, it's pretty racist of you, Prime. It's racist of you to think otherwise, that these flamingos might act differently than white men. Why would you assume that?
Are you comparing black men to like a different species that has like
I'm comparing libertarians to a different species, because it's exactly what libertarians do. I've been dealing with you guys for fucking years now at this point. And yes, you were just abstract, right? And here all of a sudden you get to Ancapistan. All of a sudden Ancapistan makes sense because I've abstracted away from reality so far that I guess it all works out. It all works out.
Here's what I would say. To roll with your example. If we were going to select a Supreme Court justice, I wouldn't exclude flamingos, but I would want flamingos to explain their life and like how being a flamingo has affected them and how that's going to affect their judicial rulings beyond just being a flamingo.
That has nothing to do. Hold on, this election, to be clear, Lactoid, because you've been up your own ass this entire time. The selection of Ketanji Brown has nothing to do with the question that I posed, or the proposition that I proposed. It wasn't a question. The proposition that individuals with a different background would have a different perspective. Correct? Right? So we don't have to bring that up. Correct?
Every individual is going to have a different perspective.
Yes, but if you have groups of individuals who have a history within a nation, right? You can expect, right, that statistically, just like you brought up the crime, because you do that every time. I'm glad you do it every time. It's very useful when you do that every time. Yes, you brought up that 9 black women will probably, statistically, more likely have committed a crime amongst themselves.
Yeah, so do we just assume that, or do we ask them to prove that?
No, we don't assume it. But hold on. Because you see how weaselly you're being? I'm sorry, Lactoid. You're usually extremely good faith, which is why this is shocking, right? He's being weaselly. Because he brings up statistics at one point, right? We're talking about generalized statistics, and then he's like, well, why are you assuming the individual? I didn't assume the individual. I didn't do that at all, right? I said,
I think you did.
No, I didn't. It was opposite.
Yeah, you did.
I said, hey, man, like these groups of individuals are likely to have different experiences. That's it, right? What experiences they are?
They're likely to have different experiences, just like they're likely to have different crime rates. But we don't just assume that they had different life experiences.
When did I say
just
that?
Just like we don't just assume that they've committed crimes.
Why wouldn't you
Yes,
assume
yeah,
they
hold
have
on, no,
different
no, no.
experiences,
Yes, statistically, it's possible, maybe, right, that we can find the 9 black women who electorate made up, who have never experienced, have never seen a black person, right? Like the moment you gather them into the Supreme Court is the first time they've ever seen another black person in the wild. It's possible, yeah, maybe. Maybe we could, and we can.
Plenty of white people have seen black people,
and we can make our decisions, and we can argue on that possibility. We can spend an hour doing that, electorate, and yeah, we could do that. Or maybe we could say that yeah, it's likely that these individuals have some experience of the black community in some way, and it's not just discrimination. It's not the only way that there's a black experience. There's all kinds of ways. We have a rich culture. Like cultures coming from different parts of the world. We have rich experiences that makes us black, right? There's all kinds of ways to experience that. You don't even know that, right? Because the only thing you can think of is crime and prejudice or anything like that. But
no. That's not the one thing I can think of. No. There's plenty of other things. I brought up crime because you don't want to make the same argument about that.
Shut the fuck up. Because that's all you've been doing for an hour, right? And I'm glad you can try to think of something now. Good work. So we got some neurons firing there finally. But this entire time you've been doing this, right? But I'm saying that like 9 individuals, and I don't know why you've been fighting. I still don't get it. It must be white privilege. I can't understand. It can't be anything else, right? It can't be anything else. I can't fathom it. That like 9 people coming from a different group. If I had 9 Middle Eastern, Lebanese, 9 binary individuals, I think I could assume.
Whoa, what? Like, come on, I was with you there.
I can assume that they'd have a different experience. If it was 9 non-English speakers, they all spoke Spanish, I could assume they would relate to the material differently. But you can't apparently. Did you interview them? Did you interview the Spanish speakers? Huh? How do you know, Prime? Have you dug into each individual's life to make that assumption? How could I'm being unfair?
You're right. If they didn't vote Democrat, then they're not really black, according to Biden and according to the sort of thought process that you're going along with.
Great distraction. Great distraction.
I think you just don't really understand like the small ways that your race can impact you, right? Living in the United States. I'll give an example, right? An easy one for me that I have dealt with my entire life. So I happen to be brown, right? I'm a brown American. It's very common for somebody to meet me, say, "Oh, where are you from?" Like as if I must be from somewhere else because I'm not white. This is a small thing, happens all the fucking time. People will assume that I must be from somewhere else because I'm a brown person. So you will never experience that lactoid. Nobody's ever going to ask you, "Oh, you're white. Where are you from?" No, they're going to say, "Oh, you're an American because you're white."
I'm not even that brown, and I get that question.
I've been asked where I'm from all the time. What are you talking about?
Who the fuck? Okay,
for you, they mean what
people I run into. Hey, where are you from, lactoid?
They mean what state, lactoid? They don't mean what
where you're
country.
from. Okay, yeah, they probably
what part of town.
No one's asking you what country you're from, brother. Like, don't try to claim it.
I see that on Spanish. Is that actually what you're gonna do to me?
Did anybody ask Ketanji Brown Jackson? Have you ever been asked where you were from, and how did that influence your judicial philosophy?
We assume.
Being black
We
is
just
another
assume.
domestic identity.
Whoa! Hold on. Wait. I gotta address Ollie. I gotta address Ollie. Ollie hasn't spoken much, Doobie. Don't be rude. So when Ollie says like, you're asked this in a particular way because you're brown. The question is like, I get asked that. Like, no, you're not. Like, in what context are you asked that? You're not asked that in the same context. And then I said, okay, well, like, are you able to explain, like, in this particular way, how is being asked where you're from? How does it affect your philosophy? How does it affect your mindset, et cetera, et cetera? And was this something that Ketanji Brown Jackson was asked? So we're like, no. What Ollie just said was, no, we just assume it. Okay. Yeah. Well, hold on. The assumption. Yeah, it's an educated guess. So it's an educated guess that Ketanji Brown Jackson is more likely to have been asked where she was from. Do you also agree that it is an educated guess? Hold on. Wait. Do you agree that it is also an educated guess that Ketanji Brown Jackson is more likely to have committed a crime than a white justice?
No.
Why not?
Because isn't the assumption that white people commit just as much crimes as black people get arrested?
That is a wrong assumption. I can link you so much fucking data. Oh, you want me to prove it? I have all this data.
Like I said, you're talking about like violent crimes specifically, right?
I know. No. All crime.
If you're talking about crime generally, I think the numbers are closer.
Yeah.
That is not true at all, Doobie. What the fuck are you talking about? This is not true at all. Okay, I will link you. I will
not
link
only
you
not only are you full of shit right now, but it's irrelevant because when you're talking about like Ketanji Brown Jackson, you're not saying, oh well, what's it like? What you're more likely to do this or that. Well, you're dealing with like an individual. You can say, oh, here's this individual. Does she have a criminal record? No. Okay.
Oh, an individual. So you're not going to ask her about her criminal background just in the same way. You're not going to assume. Right, yeah. So
I'm assuming they have access to a criminal history.
No,
so
you're right. You're
right. They know what it is. They don't need to ask anything.
Well, no. You can also like obviously like it's possible that she committed a crime that she wasn't caught for, right?
Have other justices been asked that question? Hey, have you ever committed a crime?
The assumption
murdered anybody?
The assumption should not be, even if like let's say black people are like most black people commit crime. The assumption should not be, oh, well, like let's interrogate Justice Jackson about whether or not she's committed a particular crime, right? Or if we're going to do that, we should be doing that to all justices. In the same way, we don't just assume that she's committed a crime, and we don't just assume that she's been asked where she's from. We don't just assume that she speaks in Ebonics.
What is an action one person did? Another's an action that's happened to them. I can 100% assume that a brown person or a black person has been asked where they're from.
Both are an experience. Both are a life experience. Both are a life experience.
One is an action done by a person. The other is done to a person. So for the crime thing, I'd have to prove that they did a crime.
That's hold on.
60% of the crimes that are done by 13%. So you have to do a little bit more.
The argument. This is why I went back before. Like the argument is whether or not it's a life experience. The argument is not whether or not you do it or have it done to you.
The experiences are different.
The question is whether or not
like, done by someone.
I understand. I understand that. Like, yes, all life experiences are going to be different, but they're both life experiences. And what you guys are arguing for is that because she is black, we can assume that she's had certain life experiences based on the likelihood and proclivity of this particular racial group
happening to her
to experience XYZ experience. And my question is
happening to her.
Yes. Or
committing something.
Why? What's the difference?
Why? I can be an Arab who's never eaten a shawarma before, but I speak Arabic and I do all the other things. I just haven't had this one particular action that I chose to do.
What's
actions that have been happened to me?
What's the predictive difference, right? If we're making judgments based on life experiences generally experienced by Arabs or more likely to be experienced by Arabs, wouldn't it be just as valid to say, well, it's probably more likely, or let's hear Muslims, right? Let's say it's more likely that Muslims are to commit terroristic attacks, which in America is true, and also more likely to eat shawarma. Both of them are statistically more likely life experiences, right? Both of them are positive actions. You are eating shawarma or you are blowing up a bus, right? Both are statistically more likely for this particular racial group. But sorry, voice crack. But we don't just assume, oh, you're Arab, therefore you've eaten shawarma. Therefore, you've blown up a bus. Therefore, you have this experience. Therefore, you've had that experience until we ask you. But that's not what Biden did. That's not what the Senate did. They didn't like interrogate Ketanji Brown Jackson as to her black experience. What Biden said is only black women are eligible to be in the Supreme Court. There could have been a white woman who had more of a black experience than Ketanji Brown Jackson, but that white woman didn't get to go in the Supreme Court because she didn't have the melanin content enough. And that's the point I'm trying to make.
I mean, I think that this is just the wrong argument. Like, I am against identity politics in these areas, just not for the weird reason that Lactoid's giving. I'm against it because I think it is a slippery slope where we do need to draw lines on whether or not we're actually hiring based on these practices. And if somebody literally said, yes, I am going to hire this person because he's white, I would be just as critical of them as I would be of anybody else saying that they're going to get somebody because they're a black woman.
All right. This has been a thing.
We did it. We solved it.
We solved it once again. Race relations done and done in America. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Joe Biden's just dropped out. Like literally.
Holy shit, seriously?
What? Wait, what?
What?
No way.
We got to go into overtime, boys.
Yeah.
Baby. NBC News.
Yeah, I was fucking with it.
Oh my god.
No, you
That's
I
good.
knew
I'm
it.
sorry.
I knew it.
Wait, you're fucking with me?
Five
So I didn't
statements
react.
a day
Oh, the
saying
joy in
that
your
you do it.
faces.
No
So beautiful.
I was ready.
You bastard! You fucking bastard!
Oh,
Ban him,
Smile on
Prime!
the frog. Look at the
Ban this
smile on
man!
oh
the
my
frog.
god.
Look
It's on you guys for believing.
were all
it in
so
the first
excited.
place, okay? That was on Young.
I that's why I was checking. I'm like, that's why I had to check. Okay, all right. Wow, you got me there.
I
You got
saw
me there,
your
man.
face.
Now watch him drop out in about 20 minutes. It's pathetic.
It's like, I don't believe it. Not again, Doobie. He hacked my phone. Somehow I'm getting a news alert. He's dropped out. Thank you all for being here. This has been the Reverie Roundtable. We've had a great group of guests here. And I hope you enjoyed all this. This is okay. First of all, before we do anything else, consider supporting the channel. If you haven't done so yet, we haven't gotten any support tonight, like not any, so consider helping us out. Sub to the channel, get bits to give subs, or become a member of YouTube, or gift memberships or anything like that. We could use the help. That's how we do this. That's how I'm able to come back. So if you like this, if you like these long arguments, with all these fun individuals, I think we have a really great group of individuals. They consider supporting the channel. We do need your assistance. Okay. So I'll give an outro to these great people. Ollie, thank you for coming through. You were fantastic. Loved your contributions. You were just a lot of fun.
Thanks, man. Thanks for having me. Well, first of all, I love dethroning Lactoid and being in the #1 spot. Just want to give that round up. And then second, I love being here and just sharing, the Arab experience with the different ideas and thoughts that I've had, And this is probably one of the reasons why you continuously have me, just to show, as an example for that. But thank you for having me so much, Ryan. Sociologic on everything.
Okay, thank you. Next we have our friend Corey. Corey Campbell, thank you for being here, stopping by. I thought you had some great retorts as well. Any dunking on Lactoid was much appreciated.
I do the best I can. I always enjoyed dunking on Lactoid as well too, even though he's a fellow Canadian. And what I want to say, despite
Yo, we can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you. You got muted.
We lost you, Corey.
He's like,
Corey,
what do you say?
Corey,
We lost you.
okay.
My enemies can't defeat me. They keep getting cut off. Oh my god.
Let's see. He might have disconnected.
He's ceding his time to
Yeah.
Lactoid since
Yeah.
he didn't have much time to talk. It's
wow, when did it cut out?
That's
the beginning.
Something. Yeah, you said.
You're like, I want to
something
say.
about- yeah.
After Lactoid, yeah.
Well, only fitting. But yeah, despite the dunking on Lactoid, okay, if or when Lactoid is up for Supreme Court nomination, I would fully support it. I would support it for the sake of diversity, because I think we need more Canadian American perspectives on the Supreme Court. But yeah, exactly. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv/CoreyCampbell84. You can find me on Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube. It's Corey Campbell. Yeah, this is always great. Lactoid, Doobie, Cal Rich, Tomfoolery, Gibbs, and Sociologic. Always a pleasure. Love you, Brian.
Love you too, Fred. That's the kind of DI I can get behind. All right.
And just to clarify, I don't know if you talked about House of the Dragon at the beginning, but just to clarify, are you Team Black or Team Green?
I'm absolutely Team Black, of course.
Oh, are you just Team Black because it's Team Black, or
No.
for
I am Team Black because they are rightfully I fucking hate royalty, so like it's a problem, right?
No,
Because
I'm on Team Black as well because
Yeah.
I'm not racist for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Team Black. We should spend some time talking about it because it's fantastic. House of the Dragon, guys. If you're not watching it, it is amazing. Great, yeah, fantastic. I mean, even though Gibbs finally has a proper take because he's been wrong a lot about the Acolyte. Any which way,
Oh man,
Gibbs.
that's rough.
Gibbs. I love you, friend. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, the Acolyte's rough stuff. Let me tell you, I'm hurting. I'm trying to make it through. I'm praying it improves, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
It's already
Yeah, I
perfect.
mean, I will say I'm definitely Team Black. I would much rather fuck Allison though than Rhaenyra. I was saying, if we
Oh,
had to rank them, which one
yeah.
seems more fun? It's Allison. She seems like the
Olivia
smarter one.
Cook is beautiful. Oh my god.
Yeah, big fan, big fan. Yeah, I think that's all I got now.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All
Hi,
I wanted to
Roche.
say is that he wanted to have sex with Olivia Cook. That's fair
Amen.
enough. I think that's
If
the
you
best
see this,
conservation. Yeah.
I volunteer tribute.
Yeah. we love you all. Next we have our friend Tom Ferroli. Thank you, Tom, for coming through. I know you had other things going on earlier, but you still made time for us, and I appreciate that, friend.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me on. I'm trying to make it every Monday if I can. But yeah, my name's Tom. Go by Tom Fuller Show on YouTube, Kick, and pretty much every platform that hasn't banned me yet.
There are not many. But, thank you, Fred. Aiko, thanks for coming on. You also, everyone dunked on like it today, and that's great. Doug, he's a uniting force here.
Yeah, and I just wanted to the thing that confused me throughout that whole conversation is the idea that the most authentically black person we could put on the court was probably a white dude. That's the lesson I got from this, right?
But anyway, yeah.
If we could have just have found him, it would have been the historic, sort of like how Bill Clinton, was the first black president.
Played the saxophone.
And Biden is the first black woman president, according to Biden.
Well, and the other, maybe this is a small thing, but Ketanji Brown Jackson probably doesn't get asked where she's from in the sense of being from another country, because black people are considered American, maybe in a different way that white people are, but people don't assume you're from somewhere else if you're black, like
black
they do
Americans.
if you're brown.
Oh, my bad. I should have just said that. White Americans are just perceived as Americans. Everyone else were hyphenated Americans. Arab American, Black American. That's the othering I was talking about.
Actually, at the schools, where I work these days, I often see a Brown Alliance. It interestingly started with the MSA. The MSA started getting Indian and Pakistani students joining, and then they started getting Mexican students joining. They call themselves, but at this point, MSA is the Muslim Student Association. And now it's got to the point where they don't even call themselves MSA anymore. They just call themselves, they might call themselves MSA like officially as an official title, but everyone just knows it as the Brown Alliance.
Love to see it. We love to see it.
Shout out to my brown boys.
Yeah.
And that's at several schools. Like, it's not just the one campus.
We love the unity here, right? Take down Whitey. Okay, moving on. Thank you, Doobie. Friend, I know you were also busy, that's why you couldn't come earlier, but you made time for us. But, I just wanted to take this moment to once again congratulate our friend on being married, tying the knot, doing the thing. I know this has been something that's very important to you. And so I'm just happy that you've, achieved this milestone, friend. And, we're all in support here. We all care about you. We love you, friend. And we want the best for you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Anyway, thanks also for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Okay.
Lacto's fucking wrong about everything.
Oh, absolutely. That's all I needed from you. That's what I was waiting for. And then my friend my good friend Lactoid, we've had a disagreement here. We often have disagreements, but I still think the best of him. Just make that clear. We just don't see eye to eye on this. Hopefully one day I can change his mind. Like I said, he's like one of the most good faith people I've ever met, right? So that's why these points of frictions can be are very difficult. But still, I appreciate him. I like that he comes on and he argues. Even when he's ganged up on, he doesn't, back down, and he does his best. So thanks, friend.
I want to start by thanking everybody here for talking with me and dealing with me. That's all of you. I appreciate it. I really do. And, what I really just wanted to say, and this is sort of in line with something I think Bill Maher said that was particularly powerful. and on Hersey Ali as well, which is that, you know, when I think of you, Prime, I don't think of like, oh, like you're my black friend. I think you're my friend. You're a person. You're not a black person. You are a person. You are my friend, Doobie. You're not my brown friend. You're my friend, and that's how I view the world. None of you are a particular race. You're all just a beige to me. That's why I am superior in
You're just
my view of the world. That's why I'm superior in my view of the world, in which you are my friends. I don't need to add the hyphen. You are just my friends, and I appreciate that, and I'll never take that for granted. If you like what I had to say today, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Let's stand against racism and vote out Joe Biden. Thanks.
Thank you.
I do think it's a little messed up that we're reinforcing stereotypes by having the white guy on the panel have a lawyer be a lawyer and the black guy not be a lawyer. I think that Prime, you need to be a lawyer by the time you come back, man.
I have been failing my race. Saxon, I've always pronounced their name wrong, and I do apologize. I will continue to pronounce their name wrong. But they said $2.07 pounds. Yeah, pounds. I always get the pound sign, the euro sign mixed up. They both look like E's to me, and so I call the one euro. I call them all both euros all the time. And the people yell at me. Anyway, they sent 2 pounds and 7 shillings. I don't know. Congrats, Doobie, his lovely bride, Ayesha. Apparently, I don't know.
It's a Muslim joke, but I'm not Muslim. But yeah, I get it. He's saying that I'm marrying a child and I'm going to fuck a child. That's what Saxon is saying. Just FYI. Saxon is a regular on my server who gets very, very mad when people call him autistic. So I'm going to make sure to do that later.
Well, thank you for the contribution. Our only one tonight, but thank you, Saxon. Okay. Yeah, this was a lot of fun. Guys, I appreciate you guys coming through and like doing this with me. You know, I didn't have a topic, but like I can rely on this group to be opinionated to
You're welcome.
come up with something.
You're welcome for the topic.
Yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't have assumed that anyone would have fought me on those particular points, so I wouldn't have come up with this as a topic any which way. Look, because we love our friend Lactoid, despite all of him, we're going to rate
about him.
We're going to rate him. And so show your appreciation to my friend, who is always here, like always here, our friend Lactoid. So let's be there for him and subscribe to him if you haven't done so yet. Yep, off you go. All right, guys.
Lactoid experienced some blackness today. He was late to the panel.
Yeah, there was a lot of blackness. A lot of you were all of a sudden very black today.
I was late, but I warned
you. What?
Why?
I run CP time too. I can say that.
Wait, hold on. I'm Hispanic. Do I get to
Take
say
care,
that?
Tom. Be well.
I mean,
But
yeah.
I had a legit excuse. I didn't intend to be late. But well, maybe somewhat sadly, coincidentally, my grandmother's in the hospital. She just fractured her hip. So she's on the list to get that repaired.